statement, and the second is my statement as mayor. So I want to start by saying, first, I want to say that I've struggled with how I want to address this here with the community and with the commission tonight. It's been difficult because this action was about me, and it was not at all about me. And so you'll see that struggle reflected in my comments. Even though they are written down, it's hard to unbraid that which is personal and that which is political, because I am both human in all of my identities and figurehead for the humans and identities that make up our city. So you will find interwoven with what I hope is a much broader response to this issue, some very personal information and vulnerabilities. I hope that the larger message I hope to convey is not lost in that. Last Tuesday, after the commission funded the Lawrence Community Shelter's request for additional funds, someone went to my home, stood in my front yard, and threw a brick through the front window of my house where my children were inside. I want to offer sincere thanks to the officers who responded to my home, who was incredible with my children, and what was a shock and trauma response from me and from my family. While my home was the only one that experienced vandalism that night, I and my family were not the only victims of this crime. My fellow commissioners, our city staff, and others in attendance or watching that meeting experienced threat and the fear of threat toward themselves and their families that night as well. It impacted the willingness of some to ever consider running for the commission. This world we live in today accepts passive or intentional violence against others. Violence has become an accepted and expected part of life. As an activist, I never engaged in violent behavior, but we used violent words. We felt violence, and we experienced that through angry music. We were and are angry. We told the system that we refused to live by their arbitrary rules that tried to tell us who we could have sex with, what we were to do with our bodies, and how we should behave. We were angry and done with the system that existed to maintain power over women, people of color, poor people, queer people, and others. We worked. We volunteered with nonprofits. We engaged systems of change. We continue to engage and learn the intersectional nature of the issues that our world faces. And we saw, rather than addressing the problems through this work, they continue to grow as we nationally try to redefine problems away or place the blame on the problems created by our system onto those who are victims of those systems. I say this because I am not so naive to pretend that I can't possibly understand why someone would engage in behavior like this. I don't say this to justify this action because it is not okay. I only say this because I know how it feels to feel so powerless and powerful and better than and done with the system. There are so many nonprofit organizations in this community and in every community that are literally saving lives. There is no single entity in our community that we could fund fully and eradicate a problem, because these problems are intersectional, and they do not go away by throwing money at them. They go away when we take a multidisciplinary approach to addressing them. When we target the areas of our system that are systemically entrenching people in a cycle of poverty, violence, and despair, then we are making the original intent of that system obsolete. We are creating something new, and we change hearts and minds. We all want someone to be the target of our rage at the state of this world, our country, our communities. I know, I do too. I wish that I could lay the responsibility for so many things at the feet of one individual or group of individuals and take the onus off myself. But the truth is, we are all complacent in the ills of the world. I am guilty of that complacency in my own life. When I saw an immediate family member being beaten, helplessly watching and expected to keep calm and carry on while the system failed my family member, and my family member failed me. When I lived in extreme poverty as a child and teachers looked at me in that way, they carried pity and judgment. When I had to rely on my own resilience to come to a place in life where I could thrive, but I was called a feminazi, a whore, a bitch. and through so many other examples. I was taught complacency. I was taught to stay in my place, question nothing, be angry, but don't show it, and let life happen to me. I chose a different path, and it's more painful to have knowledge, to want to change things. I can't blame those who choose complacency because it is less painful in the short term to hate an other than it is to grapple with our own interactions with an intersectional world that is opening from a white, cis, and heterocentric, gender-normative, middle-class view of the world to one that sees multiple dimensions of experience and all of them are valid. I understand complacency, and I understand rage. I understand your rage towards me because sometimes I feel as though we live in a world in which we have othered those who hold power so much that we forget that we are the ones who voted for them and gave them that power in the first place. And even if we did not vote for them, we are responsible for calling our people in and really engaging rather than pushing away. We forget that most of our elected leaders are people who want to make a difference, especially when we are talking about local and state politics. We forget that they are humans who are also grappling with being effective, principled, virtuous leaders because those who aren't, those who are there for the attention and the narcissistic need for power and control are getting all the attention. That's not the attention that I asked for. This action has had considerable personal impact. My child refuses to be alone in a room alone in my home. I feel like my heart is going to beat out of my chest constantly, and I can't eat or sleep. The financial safety net that I provide for my family is at risk, and they stand on the brink of homelessness themselves. A brick was not thrown at an institution, but a struggling, single mother who wants to do good in this world. Not for personal gratification, because I live by the motto, if not you, then who? And now I want to speak directly to the person who did this. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're in the audience tonight or if you're watching this online. In order to see the outcome of your actions, to see me suffer, or justify your action by my response, or because you feel remorse. I don't know, and I don't pretend to. What I do know is that I refuse to meet rage with rage. I refuse to demonize you, and therefore cement your perception that I am a monster. I am many things. I'm human. I make mistakes. I also, once in a while, do things right. I'm always learning. I try to be the change that I want to see. I hate that the focus has not been on the real issues our city government is tasked with addressing, but rather has been on your actions and the impact those actions had and continues to have on me and my family and our community. So I'm going to invite you to be part of something truly radical. I want us to be an example, not of how to be a victim and a perpetrator, but how to be leaders in this world today. I don't want revenge against you. I don't want to create factions in an already factious world. I don't want to contribute to the egregious and disgusting rage machine that runs on half-truths, half-understanding, and complete dehumanization of others to justify hatred and hateful actions. By the words that you wrote, we are on the same side of this issue. We both believe that homelessness is not okay. And we are both working in our own way to address this complex issue, and it is complex. Even if we threw the entire city budget at this issue, it would not solve what is a nationwide problem, what is a problem of capitalism, what is a racist and sexist problem, and so much more. It would ultimately be as effective as throwing a brick at it. In order to effectively address any issue that is an adaptive problem of a social nature, we have to take a preventative approach at 3 levels: preventing it from happening in the first place, intervening quickly and effectively when it happens, and preventing it from happening again. So I want to engage in radical leadership with you, setting an example for how Lawrence does it different, for how things can be different, setting an example for how we can work together proactively by engaging one another and inviting each other in rather than pushing each other away. I want to invite you to take part of a restorative justice process with me. I want to sit down with you, understand why this action was the one you chose to take. I want to have an opportunity to understand the extreme trauma response you created in me. and why. I want to understand what brought you to your action and why you chose to engage in it. I want you to understand the impact that it had on my children because they were there when you took the action that you did. I want you to understand the impact on our community. To be clear, the restorative justice process is not an avoidance of consequences for committing a crime. It is an opportunity to go beyond meting out punishment and setting a new trajectory. It is an opportunity for both of us to grow and learn and be better humans to each other and to the rest of our community. You clearly know where I live. My phone number was also included on any site you went to find my address. Text, call, write a letter, email me. I request that you don't show up at my door because it would be extremely triggering and frightening for me. And if nothing else, if you are unwilling to participate in restorative justice or help pay for what you broke, please, please never do something like this again. And please consider my offer. You can be part of something that sets an example for our entire community. We can be leaders together. That is my personal statement. And now I will read our city statement. As mayor, I understand and applaud conscious, well-informed activism driven by heartfelt passion. It's part of the reason why I earned a law and social work degree, and ultimately why I ran for the city commission. It's why I'm sitting here tonight. But let me be clear from the outset, violence is not the answer. In Lawrence, we are unique because we stand strongly for that in which we believe. We agree often, and sometimes we disagree. Then we debate, and we argue, but violence is not who we are. The impact of this is much greater than it first appears. Not only did my family experience a crime, but by implication, the families of my fellow commissioners also came under possible threat. There's a financial cost to the city, and more importantly, when someone sows fear through a physical threat, there's a cost to our civility, and ultimately, our humanity. This is not the Lawrence that I know and love. Violence stems from hatred. It's averse to dialogue, and it divides rather than encouraging community. I think that my fellow commissioners will agree that to effect positive change, we need to work together even through times of disagreement. As an individual, I will work through the challenges this incident presents to me and my family. As mayor, I choose to remain positive and look to working together with my community to continue on a path of benevolent change for all of us. I want to work toward creating a new model for civil discourse and community problem solving. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson.
So now we will move on to our very packed agenda tonight. Thank you all for allowing me that time. We will start with approving our agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any requests for changing the agenda?
Nope.
Okay.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion from Commissioner Larson, second from Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we will move on now to the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that's been pulled from the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda?
No.
No. Any items that a member of the public would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We have now come to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or regular agenda portions of the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes for public comment. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. Do we have any general public comment on items not on the regular agenda?
I'd like to make a few comments in support of the mayor outside of my 3 minutes if possible.
It's not possible. If you can put those in your 3 minutes, please.
Pardon?
Go ahead and put those in your 3 minutes.
I have great sympathy with you. I've been there, I've done that. I'd like to talk with you to discuss matters, if possible.
Please send me an email or give me a call and we can
I
set
will.
that up.
Thank you. Somebody left something up here. My name is Ron Wilson. I'm sure some of you know it. I have been here many times. My topic is, why do people lie? It is wrong that persons will resort to violence, as you experienced recently, and the police are investigating that. And I wrote this before all this fell through. How would you feel if the police or this commission promised you that the incident would be investigated, and then it wasn't? This body of commissioners has promised me an investigation about an incident that I reported last year. The incident involved a police officer with a threat. A police shield seems to shield them from the law, moral and ethical misconduct. How would you feel if the city commissioners lied to you? A lie is a lie is a lie. Your incident's published in the paper, I get lies. This is an insult to me and the public. But your belief that you want to get away with it bothers me the most, not the lie. Do the road police represent the police force that we want? I hope to God not. Where does that line end? Does saying nothing to stop a lie make others part of that lie? Do your children get away with lying to you? Are you enabling hateful cops? Are you ignoring your religious, moral, and ethical standards? We have the city managers, DA office, representative commissioners, and the police need to come together to speak and seek the truth about your bad apples that are corrupting my police force. This is your problem. And as someone said, I am powerless to do anything about it. You made a promise, what are you going to keep it? Your silence about this matter speaks volumes to the public about your religious beliefs, principles, respect for the law, and respect for each citizen that voted for you.
Thank you, Ron.
I hope I don't die over this, but I will defend myself.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. That was a beautiful and powerful statement, Madam Mayor, and I am so sorry for what happened to you and your family. I just have a brief thing to say about the wonderful donation the Velocity Church gave to the city for bus amenities. What?
Say your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is K.T. Walsh. I live at 732 Road Outlet. Anyway, 4 or 5 years ago, there was no bus bench out for families visiting the shelter, people on work release, people going to school, leaving the shelter. So the men who were staying at the community shelter went out in the fields nearby and found old wood. The hammer and nails is under lock and key at the shelter. They got them and they scrabbled together a bench. It lasted about a year. It fell apart. They built another one. It fell apart. The Lawrence Bus Bench Project built them another one. Meanwhile, lobbying our transit director and our commission to please give them a bus bench. And then the Lawrence Bus Bench Project built them another one. And then finally, wonderfully, they got the easement, put in the concrete pad, put in a beautiful bus bench and a trash can. It's great. But now, this is one tiny thing that I think is in your power, to ask the transit authority to just put the glass or plexiglass cover over it. It's very, very cold, it's rainy, it's windy. It's a tiny thing you could do for people who need to be protected from the weather. So, thank you.
Thanks, KT.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. The other week I was talking to someone I know, and he was telling me that his parents live next to a couple of a-holes that call the city on them over any little city code violation. For example, did you know you can only park legally on a city street in Lawrence for no longer than 48 hours? Well, neither did the guy I know till he was at his parents' place for a few days, and the neighbors called in to complain on the third day after it had been 48 hours. 48 hours doesn't seem like much time. What about adults coming home to visit their parents on a 3-day weekend? Saying someone can only park on a residential street for 48 hours is a bit strict. The problem is Lawrence has ordinances that are too strict and don't actually serve the good of the community as a whole, but rather a few. I don't think the majority of Lawrence care if a car is parked for 49 hours. I think the people that do are a small minority that consist of fussy busybodies and people who don't like their neighbors and are just looking for any reason to call in and try to get the people they don't like in trouble, which leads me to another point about ordinances like these. I don't think they are often enforced voluntarily by the cops, usually only after someone calls in and complains. I believe our police go through some sort of prejudice training. The general public does not. If we are enforcing laws based on the public complaining, if the public holds prejudices, then in the end, couldn't the ordinances be applied in a discriminatory way? I just wonder that if an old beat-up poor person's car and a new SUV were both sitting in a rich West Lawrence neighborhood, if the poor person's car would be called in first for parking over 48 hours. If we are going to have ordinances that are only enforced when the public complains, then we need to be sure that ordinances are what most of Lawrenceans want, and not just something that our fussiest residents will complain about. And also, I just want to also express my support for the mayor. And I don't know if it's possible, but if you set up like a GoFundMe or something, I would donate $20 because, I mean, you shouldn't have to endure financial mishaps just because you're serving us. So I'd be happy to do something if I could. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, my name is Victoria Kist. I live out on East 14th Street. I'm supposed to write my name on here, aren't I? So I think that what you endured this past week during the meeting, where you're spending your own time to hear the public, that somebody takes action in a way that doesn't actually solve anything, doesn't help anything. I think that's ridiculous. And I know that you are doing your best. And I think that I wish that more people realized that. I just want to keep the homeless problem relevant. I know that it's still on the forefront of your mind. But I just want to encourage further the housing first perspective on dealing with the homeless issue. Finland has actually sharply decreased its homeless population. It is the only one to do that in the EU, and it has done this by providing housing to homeless people. Who would have thought? So 4 out of 5 people actually come out of this long-term housing arrangement into stable lives where they are tenants on their own. And this is because if they are provided with an address and a roof over their heads, they are much more easily able to apply for social services of a kind, or apply for jobs, or many other things. And in their model, they become tenants and have a tenancy agreement and have to pay rent, but it is getting them into the house first off that is the most difficult thing. Like here in Lawrence, it takes like $900 to get a roof over your head for 30 days. And then you're stuck after that $900 coming up with another $300, $400 every month. But if you're able to start at zero and build from there, it is a lot easier to get yourself out of homelessness. So that just might be something to look into and consider. What Finland did is they also converted their emergency shelters into small 1 or 2 room apartments, so that they could have that long-term shelter where they could build their lives back together and have a permanent address. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Victoria. Other general public comment? Okay, let's move on to regular agenda item number 1. Consider an appeal of the Historic Resources Commission denial of a certificate of appropriateness for 941 Pennsylvania Street. And we do not need a motion to open or to continue this hearing because we opened it a few weeks ago. So we can allow staff to speak and then we'll ask questions and have general public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Before you tonight is an appeal from the Historic Resources Commission, the HRC. And in deciding this appeal, the City Commission will be hearing evidence, assessing the credibility of that evidence, and then applying the city code to reach a decision. In so doing, the City Commission will be acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. And whenever the City Commission acts in a quasi-judicial capacity, then constitutional due process rights attach. One aspect of due process is that the hearing be fair to all participants. In order to ensure a fair hearing, it is necessary that the city commissioners all have the same information upon which to make the decision, and for the proponents and the opponents to have that same information so they can respond to that information in a reasonable and a meaningful manner. So to accomplish those ends, it is necessary for each commissioner to disclose any ex parte communications that he or she may have had. Now, an ex parte communication is any communication in whatever medium between whatever medium between a commissioner and a third party that occurs outside the confines of this room and involves the matter before you. So in a disclosing ex parte communications, it is necessary to disclose with whom the communication was made, when generally the communication was made, and the content of that communication. If the information is already provided in the materials and there's nothing new, it may be sufficient to say that it's already included in the materials before the board. So at this time, I would ask each of the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had.
I have none.
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 Very good. All right, on August 12, 2019, the agent of the owners of record of 941 Pennsylvania Street filed with the city an application for design review, number DR 1900403, seeking approval of a renovation of a structure located at that property. Because the property is located within the environs of 4 landmarks listed on the Lawrence Registry of Historic Places, the application was forwarded to the HRC to hear whether or not a certificate of appropriateness should be granted. At the conclusion of the hearing, the HRC denied the request for a certificate of appropriateness for the project, finding that the proposed project would significantly encroach upon, damage, and destroy the landmarks. Now, in accordance with the city code, the applicant has appealed that decision to the city commission. So I will now briefly summarize basically what the standards of review are applicable to a certificate of appropriateness. Pursuant to section 22-501B of the city code, before any person may alter a structure within the environs of the city landmark, where such project requires a building permit, that person must first obtain from the city a certificate of appropriateness. Now, where the certificate of appropriateness is sought for a proposed project within the environs of a city landmark, then on a sliding scale, the least stringent scrutiny is applied to that application. That means that when the proposed project is within the environs of a city landmark, it is presumed that the certificate of appropriateness should be granted. In fact, the certificate of appropriateness should be granted unless it is established by a preponderance of the evidence that the project will encroach on, damage, or destroy the city landmarks involved. And while the burden of proof is typically placed on an appellant in appeals like this, where it involves an appeal from a denial of a certificate of appropriateness involving a property within the environs of the landmark, then that switches. And the city bears the burden of proof to establish that it is more probably true than not true that the proposed project will encroach on, damage, or destroy the environs of the city landmark, or not destroy the environs, destroy the city landmark. So the City Commission's review of that issue is de novo, and that means the City Commission steps into the shoes of the HRC and is not bound by any of its findings or its conclusion. The City Commission must apply the code criteria, as Lynn will discuss later, to the facts as it finds them to be in this case. And then at the conclusion, then once Lynn makes her presentation, the applicant will make a presentation, public will make the public comment, and then you will deliberate and make your decision. And when you do so, it'd be helpful to state the reasons for your decision in case there's future proceedings in this matter. And then finally, I will note that city staff may or may not ask at the end of this hearing to direct us to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law. And if we do so, then we would bring that back at a future meeting for your consideration. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions for Randy? Thank you, Randy.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Lynn Braddock-Zollner, Historic Resources Administrator for the city. As Randy mentioned, tonight you have an appeal from the Historic Resources Commission for 941 Pennsylvania Street. Just wanted to give you a little bit of background to help you walk through this process. It's been a little while since we've been here, and some of you haven't discussed Chapter 22. So I just wanted to talk a little bit. I'll be brief. The Conservation of Historic Resources Code, which is Chapter 22 of the City Code, was adopted in 1988. This chapter established the Historic Resources Commission and identifies one of the powers and duties of the HRC is to hold public hearings and review applications for construction, alteration, removal, or demolition affecting proposed or designated landmarks or structures within a historic district or their environs, and issue or deny a certificate of appropriateness. Environs is also defined in Chapter 22. Environs includes any structure, object, or site that directly contributes to the architectural and/or historical significance of a landmark or historic district. The environs area does not include structures, objects, or sites which are not located in part or in their entirety within 250 feet of the boundaries of a landmark or historic district. And so the 250 feet is what you'll hear us refer to as environs. The extension of the boundaries of a historic district or landmark are not created by these environs. And as Randy mentioned, for this reason, the application for a certificate of appropriateness for a project within the environs shall receive the least amount of scrutiny. By 1998, the Historic Resources Commission had been working with environs for a little while and found that they needed a little bit more definition to environs definitions to help applicants and city staff apply the standards and guidelines of Chapter 22. The way they did this, or do this now, is they look at the historic character of the area, that 250 feet, then they look at the existing character of that same area, and then they find the character-defining elements for that area, which work toward the significance of the landmark and applying those design guidelines. Just wanted to give you a brief example of one of those environs definitions and what they typically include. For this particular environs definition, this is for 936 Pennsylvania Street. Environs definitions are often divided into areas for their impact on the listed properties. This particular environs definition was for 2 areas. And then it sets the following standards for Area 1 and also helps define the primary focus of review, and then minor projects which can be approved by the Historic Resources Administrator, or major projects which would be required to go to the Historic Resources Commission. As I mentioned, this environs definition had 2 areas. Because the area no longer reflected the residential character of the environs, there was a little bit different standard set for the review. In this particular case, all projects except for demolition, new construction, and significant additions could be reviewed by the Historic Resources Administrator. This is the map that goes along with an environs definition. As you'll see, this is the same environs definition I was speaking of, and it has an Area 1, and then you have the Area 2 up here in the right-hand corner. As Randy mentioned, this was review for Certificate of Appropriateness for DR 19-00403 at 941 Pennsylvania Street. The property requires a certificate of appropriateness because it's located in the environs of the Albert and Sarah Shipless House at 1002 Pennsylvania Street, the William H. Shell House at 945 Delaware Street, the Edmondson House at 936 Pennsylvania Street, and the Man Gray Edmondson House at 946 Pennsylvania Street. Just wanted to give you an overview of where those properties are in relationship to the subject property for this evening's appeal. This is the subject property. The highlighted properties are the listed properties, and they each have a corresponding 250-foot circle or environs area. Wanted to briefly touch on the significance of the historic properties. When you list a landmark, it goes through the process in which the City Commission is the ultimate determiner of whether a property should be listed in the Lawrence Register. It has to meet one of a set of criteria listed in the code. These particular landmarks were listed for their character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the community. Just wanted to briefly show you the landmarks. This is 936 Pennsylvania Street. This is 946 Pennsylvania Street. 1002 Pennsylvania Street. And 945 Delaware Street. And there was information included in your packet, a nice context. I hope you had a chance to at least get a summary of it for living in East Lawrence, which sets up the overall context for why these properties were landmarked for the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. This is the subject property that we're here to discuss this evening. Just wanted to briefly walk around the property. This is the east elevation. Another photograph of that east elevation showing that primary facade. The north elevation. The west elevation, and the south elevation. This is a photograph that was submitted by the applicant showing the tree limb that fell on the house that caused significant damage, which is one of the reasons they are doing or proposing the addition. The proposed project is to add a second-story roof addition to the structure. The new roof addition will encompass the majority of the structure with the exception of an approximately 7-foot east to west section on the south roof plane of the front-facing gable and approximately 21-foot east to west portion of the north roof plane on the front-facing gable, and an approximately 6-foot by 20-foot existing addition on the west elevation. An approximately 9-foot wide flat roof, which is about 1/4 inch per 1-foot slope dormer, will be located on the north portion of the north-facing roof. The roof slope for the entire roof addition will be 1 inch per 1 foot. There will be a parapet around the flat roof form. From grade to the top of the parapet will be 21 feet in height. The top of the roof will be 19 feet from grade. Other proposed alterations include window alterations, a dormer addition, a new flat roof porch, a balcony on the south elevation, and a new porch on the east elevation. There is no change in the square footage of the structure. Interior spaces will be reconfigured. Interior review is not part of a certificate of appropriateness review. It's for external alterations only. Just want to briefly go through the drawings as submitted by the applicant. This is the existing east elevation, which is the front of the house. And this is the east proposed elevation. The leader lines you see were the materials delineation for the project, so they don't represent any of the elevation information. This is that front porch and the front-facing gable, and then here's the flat roof addition. This is the existing north elevation, and then with the proposed flat roof addition. The existing west elevation, and then the west elevation with the proposed flat roof addition. This is the existing south elevation, and then the south elevation that's proposed with the flat, again, the flat roof addition. A couple of renderings were supplied by the applicant as well. This shows the original roof line here, and this is the flat roof addition. Another view rendering. And then that front elevation again showing the flat roof addition. Again, the proposed project is located in the environs, and so the least stringent review is applied to this project. And Randy's already mentioned most of this on the screen, so I won't read it again for you. The standard for review for the project is standard number 9, which speaks to contemporary design for alterations. And they're not discouraged for a certificate of appropriateness review, but they should be compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the property, neighborhood, or the environs. There's also illustrative review criteria included in Chapter 22. This on the left is the review criteria for roof shapes, and it talks about having pitched roofs similar to the ones in the area, and then to avoid a flat roof where you have pitched roofs in the rest of the area. And then on the right is the proposed elevation with the flat roof form. This just put in a couple of slides so you can see what the Historic Resources Commission is reviewing. This was at their meeting last week, and the proposal was for a second-story addition to the structure. These are the elevation drawings that were approved by the Historic Resources Commission showing the gabled roof for the addition, and then that side elevation showing those gabled roofs. As I said, new construction is not discouraged. This was approved a couple of months ago at the HRC. This is new construction on a vacant parcel that was approved, showing a modern structure with a gabled roof and how it uses fenestration patterns and a front porch to make it compatible with the neighborhood. This is showing that front elevation straight on. This was also approved by the Historic Resources Commission last week. It had design elements that met that review criteria, the illustrative guidelines in Chapter 22, with the pitched roof, a front porch, and fenestration pattern that breaks up the facade of the structure. As I said, the Historic Resources Commission looked at this standard number 9 in respect to this project and found that it was not compatible with the character of the properties. Staff recommends the commission deny the certificate of appropriateness and find that the proposed project does not meet the applicable standards and guidelines of Chapter 22. Specifically, the flat roof proposed does not meet the illustrative review guideline for roof shapes in Section 22-506.1 and will encroach on the vernacular architecture that characterizes and is compatible with the listed properties. The HRC action on this proposed project was to find, using the standards of evaluation, that the proposed project will significantly encroach on, damage, or destroy the landmark, and denied the certificate of appropriateness for the proposed project. They found specifically that the flat roof proposed will encroach on the vernacular architecture that characterizes the listed properties and their environment. The proposed action from staff this evening is, if appropriate, deny the certificate of appropriateness and find that the proposed project DR-19-00403 does not meet the applicable standards and guidelines in Chapter 22 of the Code of the City of Florence and will significantly encroach on the landmark properties. Specifically, the flat roof is not compatible with the listed properties, and the flat roof does not meet the illustrative design criteria in Chapter 22-506.1 for roof forms. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Yeah, Lynn, could you define the word encroach?
When a word is not defined in the definition section of the code, then you use what is the general
Standard.
accepted definition of a word.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I got one more.
Okay, yeah.
Can you tell me how staff applied the least stringent scrutiny of the standards for review as set forth in 22-505? How was that applied in this case?
In Standard 9, is that the one you're
Yeah.
talking about? Okay. So what staff does is we apply the standards across the board when we look at projects. When it is an environs project, there is a less scrutiny to that project, and by that I mean if this were a landmark property, then an addition on the front of the house would not be appropriate. If it were a property in a historic district, it would not be appropriate on a listed property. Most of the time, additions should be to the rear of the structure or at the back of the structure with a hyphen connecting an addition. When you're looking at environs, since you're looking at it being less strict, you could do an addition on the front of the house, but it should meet those illustrative criteria or the intent of those criteria.
So how did you use a sliding scale? Is that kind of what you're saying there?
That's kind of what we're saying. You start with the landmark property, and the most stringent review is applied to that, and then you slide down the scale to environs.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
I would just want to follow up on Commissioner Larson's question about encroach. Can you provide the definition that was used for this? I mean, if there's a common definition, then what is it?
I don't have that readily available this evening, but that's something I'm sure we can look up for you.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question, Lynn, thank you, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
So, the definition of environs, which is on page 22.5, and you gave that definition earlier, but then when I look on the staff report, it seems like there's an additional definition of the environs for this particular project. And specifically in Area 1, you have a description here of what that is. And one of them is just that all design elements are important, and major projects would be reviewed by the HRC. So if the environs has a very specific definition in the code, then how does this Area 1 definition come into play?
That's a process that the HRC developed to help define those environs, since it's not as specific in the code as to what projects get reviewed by the administrator and which projects get reviewed by the Historic Resources Commission, and also defines what standards are used in the code.
So that, it seems like the Area 1 definition included here seems to be, to me, it seems to be a little bit more stringent than what's in the code. And I noticed on the definitions that it says the following words or terms shall be used as defined below in the administration of the chapter. But I don't see anywhere in here it says that you can come up with further definitions. Am I reading that wrong?
No, that's correct.
That's correct. So this Area 1 definitions that have been included in the package, are they really part of the code?
They're not part of the code. They're adopted by the HRC to help them review projects. And then when a landmark comes forward to the city commission sees those definitions and considers them when they review the ordinance.
So is there anything in the code that says that items that are adopted by the HRC is considered part of the code?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Now I believe we'll hear from the property owner.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Gascon, the property owner at 941 Pennsylvania Street. We purchased this house in 2012, and we lovingly refer to it as the Money Pit. A little bit of background on myself. I studied architecture at the University of Oregon and practiced in Seattle for 10 years before moving here to Lawrence. Mayor Ananda, I sympathize with your speech earlier. I can't imagine what you've been going through, but being ostracized for doing your civic discourse is something that I have experienced. I served 6 years on the Board of Zoning Appeals, 5 years on the Comprehensive Planning Committee, and I come here tonight not just to seek an appeal on this determination for the saga that I call the Money Pit, but also to perhaps be a beacon or to call attention to some of the issues that we have as a city when it comes to reviewing things like zoning appeals or historic resources. I included in the packet, I hope you did get that, a document from the Obama White House called the Housing Toolkit. And one of my passions, having lived in affordable housing as a child and worked with the Low-Income Housing Institute for several years in Seattle, is better understanding and defining affordability in housing. And too often it's a politically charged term. And that document to me is one of the best that is a kind of a synthesis of the many complex issues that have led us to this place where we have an affordability issue with housing. And I would argue that although the pursuit of historic preservation is noble and I think important in a community, sometimes that takes precedence over more important things like affordability and the environment from my personal perspective. And so part of this presentation will get into that a little bit. Had I known that and I apologize, Lynn, it was not a branch. This was a 12,000-pound tree that fell on our house while we were having dinner. That's an incredibly scary feeling. And it's worse knowing that I had notified the landowner of the tree a year and a half before that tree was dying and it posed a danger and a threat to my family. And then again 6 months after that. So when it did fall on my house, it was quite a shock. And it's taken us over 2 years to resolve the issue with the insurance company. And therefore, any plans that we've had to modify or change the home has been predicated on whether or not we were going to get any kind of settlement whatsoever. To date, we've already spent $60,000 on a concrete foundation and a concrete retaining wall. Because in addition to this tree falling on our house, the neighboring landowner used uncompacted fill to backfill his lot and then put a slab-on grade house on that lot about 4 feet above ours. So for about 25 years, groundwater has been infiltrating into our property, eroding away the structural integrity of our foundation. So to mitigate that, we had to put in a retaining wall, and we've yet to seek relief on that. So we're tens of thousands of dollars in, and we haven't even touched the outside of the house. That said, I'll come back to that, but I would give you a little bit of insight. And although I'm a little bit critical of the historic code tonight, I have quite a bit of intimacy with historic codes. These are some projects that I've worked on, the Falcon Building in Portland. These are all historic registered projects. The Urban Rest Stop, which is a free laundry and shower facility for the homeless in Seattle, one of the first of its kind in the nation. The Fry Apartments, affordable housing in Seattle. The 1020 Building, an artist community in Seattle. The Julie Apartments, another affordable housing project. The Noto Arts Center in North Topeka, a converted post office. And when I can, I try to help out with the future of St. Luke AME here in Lawrence. A little bit of background on the house. We purchased the house in 2012. And I did spend a great deal of time doing condition assessment reports for commercial properties. And this is our probably 5th attempt at trying to find a house in East Lawrence. We wanted to be close to the city. And I was commuting to Topeka at the time, but my wife refused to live there, so we determined that we wanted to be as close to the city as possible, and East Lawrence provided the only affordable place that we could find something. And as you can see, although the house kind of looks cute on the outside, it was not in good shape. The house is covered in vinyl. I lovingly call vinyl a house condom because it protects it from the rain, but there's some bad stuff going on underneath the vinyl. So inside here, you can see a pretty bad kitchen remodel and living room and a non-code compliant stair. Here you can see non-code compliant egress windows, and we have this condition in the room that we're trying to remodel, which is this space right here. That ceiling height is less than 7 feet tall, and these are very steep gables, making it very difficult to have usable space within there. And then the windows on the sides don't serve as egress windows. Here's some more views of the stair. There's incomplete, and here's some of those windows right there. So there's some fire and life safety issues here. And then here's a living room. This is kind of fake wood board over plaster. And I made the mistake of kind of peeling away at it and thinking, gosh, well, maybe we can just do a few repairs here and there. And my pregnant wife wasn't too happy with me. So what turned out to be maybe a few cosmetic repairs turned into this. My youthful exuberance as an architect and a hack builder have led to the interior renovation of the house. We probably spent about $60,000 to $80,000 renovating the inside. In so doing, we uncovered a 35-foot deep water well under our living room, which was quite interesting. But what you can see here, if you're not familiar with construction, what you can see here is kind of a balloon frame wood cladding. But what you really, if you really look at the details, this was a really poorly constructed house. It is a true representative of blue-collar housing of the time, built around 1890. And, you know, as an architect, I couldn't bring myself to kind of patch this up, and we took this opportunity to kind of make things as right as we possibly could within our budget, which of course we ran out of money, but you can kind of see the scale and magnitude of the work that we did. And then here's the new stair. And a couple of things that you might see here is that in thinking about a home and in thinking about restoration, it's often that we think about restoring things to as they were. And from my perspective, there's been so much change in how we live. You know, when this was built, there was no plumbing, there was no electricity, there was no bathroom in the inside of the house, there was no central heating. There probably was 6 to 12 people living in this house, and it was much smaller than the original footprint here. And it just doesn't meet any of the code standards that we have today, no insulation whatsoever. So I painstakingly took the time to save every piece of material that I could. I exposed what I thought was the essence of the house. So architecturally, there's almost very little interesting about the house other than the materiality. And that materiality represents 100 years of history. So we exposed the ceilings, refinished the floors, repurposed wood for the new stairs. This is a great example of, these are the studs that I salvaged from the inside of the house and turned it into a bathroom vanity. So throughout the house there's details trying to save that essence of that history because there isn't much architecturally there. This is a wood table I designed all from resalvaged lumber from the demolition of the interior of the house. What I'm establishing is that it's not that I disagree with the idea of preservation. I just think about it in a way that's perhaps more sustainable in my mind, and thinking about the essence of place through materiality. That said, I should note that as we ran out of money, I was doing the work myself, and we accidentally had 4 children in 3 years, and that actually put a damper on how quickly I was able to remodel the house. So 3 years into this remodel on the interior, the tree hit our house, and it's important to note that, you know, I spent, and I brought this with me, this notebook is full of design concepts for how to figure out how to fix this house in a way that was affordable without busting our budget, in a way that was sensitive to what was there and to what our family was growing into. The ultimate design is what you see, and the design that I have was really conceived before the houses across the street were designated as landmarks. And so I'm a little bit at a disadvantage in that because of budget and time, having 4 kids and a new career, there was no way I was able to get this done in a timely manner. Whereas had I had those resources, this would have been built before those houses across the street were designated as landmarks. That happened during this process, beyond my control. This accelerated the process and exposed the major flaws in the house. You can see how terrible the construction quality is, how much bracing we put in here, and then the new concrete foundation that we put to replace the failed stone foundation was there. And as you all know, everybody's heard that you can't have a good home without a strong foundation. So instead of spending the money on cosmetic things and putting lipstick on a pig, we really spent the money to make sure that this house is going to be here for another generation. That said, looking at what we're trying to achieve with this project, it's a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. We have 4 children. This room up here with these little tiny windows could be 2 bedrooms, but not legally without egress windows. So the other issue is that the roof structure is made with 2x4s, and that's incredibly lacking for both structural code and energy code. I calculated the insulative value of this house somewhere around R3, R3.5, and with the improvements that we're trying to make, we can raise that to closer to R23. So, you know, a factor of 5 or 6 in energy efficiency. and save something like 20,000 pounds of CO2 gas a year if we're able to do this. So structural integrity is our goal, fire and life safety, getting proper egress windows in there for the bedrooms. None of them have them. The environmental efficiency of the house. And that roof form that keeps getting talked about, this flat roof. I'll go into it, but there's an elegant design solution there to simplify the roof form and mitigate the water intrusion that could happen. And the more joints you create in a roof form or with pony walls, which was suggested by the HRC, the more opportunity you have for water intrusion into the house. And I'm looking to do these changes so that this will last multiple generations in the future. So that said, as an architect and having served on the BZA, Commissioner Shipley, I'm certain you can appreciate the quasi-judicial role you served today, like we did on the BZA. One thing that I'm very proud of about that board is that we were really diplomatic about understanding what the code said and sympathetic to the property owners, and I hope you'll do the same. I also think it's important that the code should be clear for homeowners or for applicants so that they're not surprised by the HRC. I actually came to Lynn before the tree hit our house with ideas about what that property should be, and when the tree did hit our house, that accelerated the process. And half of my design is actually administratively approved. What I was not able to understand in that preliminary meeting is why only half of it could be approved versus the other half. What was the distinguishing character? Why was it so important that it had to go to HRC review? Because what I'm proposing adds 0 square feet. It doesn't change the footprint. It doesn't move the house or any elements of the house any closer to any of the landmarks. So it's confusing to me how, and I hope you're asking this question, how this encroaches on any of these properties. So that said, I've done a really deep dive in the language of the HRC code, much like I've done with the BZA as chair of the BZA. And so, forgive me if some of this is redundant, you've heard this, but there's a few pieces of language that I want to make sure that you pay attention to when looking at the code. So I'm just restating what the HRC had said, that the denial is based upon a determination that the project as proposed will significantly encroach on, damage, or destroy landmarks and their environs. The city attorney did mention that we have to look at it as if it will encroach on, damage, or destroy the landmarks. Notice the word significantly. So pay attention to that word and keep that in the back of your mind. Specifically, the HRC found that the flat roof proposed will encroach on the vernacular architecture that characterizes the listed properties and their environment. The HRC recommended that the applicant alter the flat roof design to reflect the roof forms on the listed properties and in their environment from the HRC to be reconsidered. I think there was supposed to be an ED on the project. A new project may be submitted at any time for review. So I want to talk about the real core of what the code says, which is, will my proposal significantly encroach on, damage, or destroy the landmarks and their environs? And then further point out that staff and the HRC found that my project will encroach. So we've eliminated destroy or damage. I think we're all in agreement there. And so what they're saying is that my project will encroach on the vernacular architecture that characterizes the listed properties and their environment, when the code specifically says the landmark. I'll give you a little bit of primer about the HRC code because I think there's some very noble things here, and I've kind of highlighted a few things, which is something to keep in mind when the context of what I'm trying to achieve with my property. Which is we're trying to promote the educational, cultural, economic, and general welfare of the community. I believe my project does help do that. We want to provide a mechanism to identify and conserve the distinctive historic and architectural characteristics and other historic resources of the city. Number 3, improve the value of property in and around the designated landmarks. So that's something I'm actually proposing to do. We want to enhance the attractiveness of the city. I think you saw the pictures of my house as it sits now. You might find that attractive. I don't. I think it could be better. We want to foster and encourage preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation of structures. So we're not just saying that's limited to restoration, right? So we're saying that rehabilitation is part of what we want to do, which is what I'm trying to achieve. And we want to foster and encourage the studying, interpreting, and publicizing the historic resources. So I hope that you'll see in my design when we get there that it's sensitive to what that original structure was, and may lead one to kind of wonder what it was like to live in that house in its original form. So that said, this is going to be, I'm a little bit of a wordsmith, and this determination really comes down to how we define things. So Commissioner Larson, Commissioner Boley, as you mentioned, I think how you define the word encroach is really important here. But there's some other words that we have to pay attention to. And it's actually very important that under the definition section in 22-104, that it says words or terms in this chapter shall be interpreted so as to give the same meaning as they have in common usage, and so as to give this chapter its most reasonable application. So it's saying reasonable application means don't stretch the word encroach or destroy. Be reasonable about what the word encroach means as an example. And then words in the present tense include the future, words in the singular number include the plural, and words in the plural number include the singular. The word shall is mandatory and not directory. So what that is leading to is that at the very beginning, the HRC shall presume that my project is approved. And the burden is on you as commissioners to explain why, for the record, it is not. So that is a mandatory phrase. When I went to the HRC at the very beginning, the language that the commissioners used implies that they were not interested in having the approach of innocent until proven guilty. It was the opposite. And the other reason that I'm here before you is having served on the BZA and on the Comprehensive Planning Committee, staff report that I believe is opinion or conjecture, and there's the code. And so I'm looking at this at the code like any applicant would, because the applicant can only go by the code, and that should be consistent and expected, so that when you spend money on design, which for me it was really hundreds of hours of work and thousands of dollars for an architect to put together the package, you want to know what the outcome is. So I'll read this. Environs is any structure, object, or site that directly contributes to the architectural and historical significance of a landmark. Historical district does not apply. The environs area shall not include structures, objects, or sites which are not located in part or in their entirety within 250 feet. So it's an important thing to recognize here that Lynn may have glossed over is that the implied kind of application that the HRC has done is that the environs is anything within 250 feet of a landmark. So pay attention to that, and I'll get down a little bit further. The environs is not an extension of the boundaries of a historic district or a landmark. That's another important point. So the environs does not extend beyond the landmark, according to this. And then for this reason, the application for a certificate of appropriateness for a project within the environs shall receive the least stringent scrutiny when the commission applies its standards for review as set forth in section 22504. Notice it does not say 22505. We'll come back to that. And there shall be a presumption that the application should be approved. So some of the language that I want to focus on is that the environs is any structure, and I will acknowledge that my house is a structure within 250 feet, that directly contributes to the architectural or historical significance of the landmark. Notice it says contributes, and that doesn't say contributing structure. So first of all, there's an argument to be made here whether or not my particular house directly contributes to the landmarks across the street. If I was right next door, or if my house was perhaps a better house, or if it was perhaps closer, and I will show you how far away it is or how obfuscated it is. I'm struggling to understand how my house directly contributes to the landmarks across the street. Again, we're not in a district. These are just simply landmarks, so think of them as objects. I'm unclear how my house does directly contribute to those structures. So I asked that question of the HRC, and I never got a defined or clear answer on how it directly contributes. So I've gone through, I'm glad, Commissioners, that you asked about common definitions, and I thought I'd use the most common definition, which is a simple Google search of definitions, and so I've used directly. I think the common usage here is with nothing or no one in between. In this case, we have quite a bit of distance, and we've got a street, and you'll see that you can't really see my house from those structures very easily. So there's the definition directly. And then significant, this will come into play. Sufficiently great or important to be worthy of attention or noteworthy. And I'm also unclear on how my house is significant. And then contribute, does it help, cause, or bring about? So the existence of my house does not help or cause or bring about the historical significance of the landmarks. As defined, if you read the staff reports, often it's about who lived there and when, or perhaps some of the architectural detailing. So there's nothing that my house is actually giving or supplying those particular structures. So I'm unclear on how my property contributes to those landmarks. And then under the standards for review, there's a definition for contributing or contributory, and it says a significant building, site, structure, or object which adds to the architectural qualities, historic association, or archaeological values of a historic district. In this case, we're not talking about a district, so contributory doesn't apply. So we can go back to the common definition of contribute for a definition. And then under standards for review, it mentions properties designated contributory and non-contributory within a historic district. So in this case, what I'm showing here is that the term contributing or contributory does not apply. We're only talking about the common use of the word contribute. So I don't want to conflate the definition within the code of contributory. I want to stick to the common use of contribute. And then under standards review, an application for certificate of appropriateness under the following criteria, I'm going to go down to 4, which is what we're going to go to, but I'm going to skip that for a minute, and you're going to see that in considering an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Commission shall be guided by the following general standards in addition to any design criteria in the chapter and in the ordinance designating the landmark or historic district. So there's a way to read that might suggest that the following standards apply to historic landmarks and historic districts. Those standards may not apply to environs. That's an important nuance to think about. Yes?
Could you just back up
Yep.
a little bit? You were talking about number 4.
Yeah.
Repeat that. Just repeat that if you would.
When I said in consideration application, or
Yeah.
okay, so I'm skipping over the standards review based on whether or not it's more or less stringent. I fall under category 4, but immediately following A, section 1 through 4 is B, which says the Commission shall be guided by the following general standards in addition to any design criteria in this chapter and in the ordinance designating the landmark or historic district.
Okay.
To me, that implies that's criteria that's appropriate for landmarks and districts, not for the environs themselves, not for structures within the environs. And then I'm kind of showing you context of where I'm failing to find significance here. The only architectural detail that I do find significant is these little brackets right here, which, based in my initial investigation, I don't believe are original, but I could be wrong. And now this is really important where I'm going to start distinguishing between the code and the staff review and/or opinion. So in the project review that was presented to the HRC, it was noted that the environment of the listed properties is a key element to the listed property's significance. But when you read the Code of Environs, it specifically states the environs is not an extension of the boundaries of a historic landmark. So I'm failing to understand how the environment of the landmark is somehow dictating what should be happening in the environs when the code specifically says you can't extend beyond the landmark. You might make an argument that the landmark extends to the boundaries of the property line, which would be a 50 by 117-foot plot for each of those houses. Or you could argue that it extends no further beyond the outside walls of those structures. I'm comfortable with either one based on how I read it. But I don't see how it extends across the street. Furthermore, under project review, it says that the character-defining elements of the structure and their environment should be preserved, yet that's antithetical to what the code says. So going back to the code, which is number 4, I think you were asking about that, Commissioner Larson. So we're presuming that the certificate should be given, and then the least stringent evaluation is applied to the environs area of the landmark. There shall be a presumption that the certificate of appropriateness should be approved in this category, unless the proposed construction, in this case there's not really demolition, I guess there's a changing of the roof form, would significantly encroach on the landmark. If you do choose to deny the certificate of appropriateness in this category, obviously I can appeal, which we're doing now, but the burden to affirm denial is upon you. And then furthermore, I'm kind of reiterating what I said, so I'll kind of skip that, which is the idea that I'm not convinced that these following design standards apply. That said, the project review in your staff report says, according to Standard 9, the design should be compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the property or neighborhood or environs. So it's confusing that the code says specifically that the design criteria applies to the landmarks and the historic districts, but then they're saying here that the environs needs to conform to the environs. It seems like a double negative to me. And then under design criteria, preservation of intact significant properties. I should start at the beginning. This is actually a really important point. So under design criteria 506, as you go a little bit deeper, this is the specifics of 22505. It says the purpose of these design criteria is to encourage preservation of intact significant properties. I would argue mine's not significant. Restoration of significant properties, again, not significant, that have already undergone insensitive alterations, and new construction. So I would also argue that my project is neither an intact significant property, it's not restoring a significant property that's undergone insensitive alterations, and it's not new construction. So I don't think the design criteria apply, but we'll go through the design criteria anyway because I think it does meet the design criteria even if you do want to apply it. And that said, I think this is the most important thing, is defining encroach, destroy. So encroach, does it intrude on a person's territory or thing considered to be a right? So does what I'm proposing intrude on the landmark, is the way I read that. Or does it advance gradually beyond usual or acceptable limits? And note that not only does it do that, but does it significantly do that? And as I've said, if you look at the proposal, the floor plan does not change. The front facade does not move any closer to any of the landmarks. The proposed height change is nominal, less than 1 foot. So the height doesn't really change, and the footprint doesn't change. So I'm not growing the property at all. So I'm failing to understand how encroach is applicable here, but if we go back to the staff report, they're focusing on encroach. For good measure, I put damage and destroy. I hope you'll agree with me that I'm not damaging or destroying those properties. So I'll kind of skip through that. So I want to put some context into directly encroach. That John Deere skid loader there, behind there is one of the properties in question. I'd ask you to articulate it visually, but it's very difficult to do. It kind of gives you an idea of kind of the obfuscation that's there. There's not a real direct relationship between my property and that property. And then I've taken some street view shots. So this would be one of the properties to the right, up the hill about 10 or 12 feet above my house. When you calculate all the grade, over here is one of the properties, and then this right here is one of the properties. Beyond this house right here is another property. What's interesting about Google Maps is this house was demolished about 6 or 7 years ago and replaced by a new construction. But you can see my house is over here, and it's I don't see how this really relates to these two structures. And then the same thing here, we've got the house on the corner. Here's my house way over here. Again, I'm not really seeing a strong relationship. Again, if I was right next door, I could see a contribution. And then I wish I had more photos of my family so you could see how much activity there is on the street. So here's another one. Here's the house across the street. Not only is it several feet above my house, but it's set way back beyond the property. In the summertime, you can't even see it. And vice versa. There's a canopy of trees here where you can't really see my house. So most of the views and connections are obfuscated either by the landscaping or by a great distance. I think I calculated most of the distances are well over 120 feet. And that said about environs, I would point out to you that several years back, I think it was 2013, the state of Kansas abandoned the concept of the environs. And I think part of it is because of this complex issue and the fact that you're really impeding development or the growth of what would be good architecture by spreading out this kind of arbitrary, and even in the code it says an arbitrary 250-foot length. So we're no longer using the environs at the state level. So I'm going to kind of go into the design concept. So in doing the demolition work on the house, what I discovered is that it's really a series of multiple additions over time. It's my belief in looking at the floor structures and the foundation structure that what you see here, this massing right here, is the original structure, which is tiny, and it's really cool. And so when thinking about how to fix this house on the outside, what I really wanted to do is to kind of have all the bad additions step back. What you can't see here is that this right here was a lean-to shed addition right here, sometime I'm guessing in the 20s, maybe the teens. And then there was an addition where they added floor joists on top of that, I'm guessing somewhere in the 80s, and added another floor right here. And then in the 90s sometime, they added another addition on the back here, right here. So what you see here is 3 additions to this house, and it really kind of destroys that original form. What I'm really trying to do is get back to the original structure and express that. And express that in this, you'll see this in this white color, and part of what I'm doing as well is using this opportunity to remove the vinyl, take the wood siding off, put plywood sheeting on. It's lacking. There's only wood siding. There's no sheeting. There's no insulation. Insulate the house and put that 4-inch cedar siding back on there as it was originally and restore those windows. So I'm trying to really restore the original footprint of the house, and I hope you can see that expressed. And the other way that I'm doing that is with this modern form that I'm wrapping in. It looks a little bit monolithic like concrete, but this is a shozugipan kind of applique, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that is a Japanese method of torching wood and crystallizing the outside layer. And doing that creates a barrier for both insect infestation and creates kind of a fire barrier. It's a technique that goes back hundreds of years in Japan. And it has this really kind of deep texture to it. And that is also an homage to the fact that this property in the 1860s, I believe it was likely burned down in Quantrell's raid. And what you see here is what was rebuilt after that raid. So there's this yin and yang positive negative form that I'm working with. So modern materials, but representing something that happened in the past. And then this white kind of representing something fresh and new, but actually the original old structure at the same time. So here you can kind of see that illustrated. So here I am, this original structure is obfuscated by these really terrible additions that were added on one on top of another. And so what I'm doing is simplifying that form so that it recedes back, and then allowing that gable to really shine and show that it's the original roof structure, to kind of celebrate that original homestead. And then on the other side, I'm calling this the ghost from the past, because this gable right here was added. This is a common thing that happened in this period of time. And I'm guessing it was probably added within the first 10 years of construction as the family grew. And that was a common thing in construction. We build houses to be as they are and be done. But for thousands of years, and even today in most places if you've traveled, houses are built organically to grow and to change and evolve with time as families change and as they grow. So this gable was a secondary gable added at some point. And the problem with the gable is that it's so deep, it doesn't allow for any windows or egress to let natural light in. So the main purpose of doing this is so that I can get height in that room so that we can have clearance, we can have insulation, and we can have windows to let light in and to allow for fire escape. And so what I realized is that I didn't want to lose that form. And so here we have the positive gable form, and then here what I'm doing is peeling back the modern kind of exterior shell of that shozugiban that I told you about, and then ghosting in the shape of that original gable to kind of say there was a shape here that was really important, but we're doing it in a modern way, and we're able to structurally get everything done that we need to do at a very low profile. Now, at the HRC, it was suggested to me that I need to use a gabled roof, and I'll demonstrate that that's not necessarily true. If I were to do that, that would mean that I would need to raise this gable up about 6 or 8 feet, which would mean that this gable would end up being significantly taller than the original structure of the house. And I think that would take away from the historic significance of that house. That's why I've done this, which is a little bit more subtle move. So here you can kind of see it in context of the original house. It's also important to note that this rake right here is applied. It's not real. It's kind of tacked on there. And so if this is already fake, I didn't want to replicate something that was never really built that way. And that's where this ghosting in shape comes from. And then the other is that you have this really bizarre shed form out of 2x4s that's not structurally sound, and it doesn't allow for insulation. By creating this flat roof, I can super insulate the entire structure, and then I can kind of clean up the ugliness of that whole detail and envelope this outside gable. You'll also note the porch. This is not an original porch. This is 2x4 construction that I think was put on maybe 15 years ago by the looks of it. And I put in your packet my BZA, my Board of Zoning Appeals application, which was approved. And I follow Christopher Alexander, who really talks about the essence of architecture. And there's a concept called the 6-foot porch. And the concept is anything that's less than 6 feet doesn't really get used. And I can attest to that. This is a 4-foot porch, and it was very difficult to use it, although we crammed ourselves in there. What I'm doing with this porch, and this was actually at the suggestion of Lynn in my original meeting, was to put a modern structure that's super low profile so it doesn't take away from the shape of the house, but I'm extending it out about 7 feet so that it becomes a usable space. One of the things that I'm very interested in is not so much the aesthetics, which historic preservation tends to focus on, but the patterns of what makes a neighborhood great. And to me, one of the patterns that makes this neighborhood great is the fact that the houses are pushed so far close to the sidewalk. And I can tell you, living in that house, you can see who's going by, and you kind of have eyes on the street, and you really feel connected to the street. Whereas if you're pulled back 20 feet like the current zoning codes has you, you're not able to have that connection. So I really wanted to express that pattern, and that's what this, even though it looks like a modern form, this is really harking back to the original pattern of what was going on there at the time. So that said, I want to give you some examples of other houses that are within the environs that I think are far more encroaching than mine was. And in fact, this next house is just 2 houses next to one of the historic properties. I'm struggling to see how this gets built, and I'm told that my house is encroaching when I'm trying to sensitively maintain these original forms. And this house has got a very modern shed house, and it's got materiality that you wouldn't find in any of the architecture that we've seen. This house is 2 doors next to mine. This is one of the first Rock Hill houses. And I love this house, but it doesn't have a front door. It's got fenestration patterns that don't meet the design criteria that Lynn set forth. This shallow roof form is nothing like any of the other roof forms that are in that neighborhood. And one thing that I find interesting is I see folks drive by this house all the time and stop. And to me, a structure like this and this, which I actually love this house, and what I'm proposing, I think will actually enhance the structures across the street, because more people drive by to stop and look at this house than they do the historic houses. And so when they stop, they go kind of look over there and go, oh, that house is historic too. Oh, I'll look at that too. But they're really coming by to see what's new, the new invigorated life in the neighborhood. Here's another view of that modern house. Again, I think this is well beyond what I'm proposing. There's another view. Here's another house down the street with a flat roof form, 2 flat roof forms. This is a historic. I think this is one of the oldest houses on the block. Here's the rear view of that house, just at the end of the block. Here's a poorly built multifamily structure that's 2 doors down from one of the historic properties. This is on the back side of one of the historic properties. And this is the house that got me to this neighborhood, in fact, to that block. This was a house that was renovated. This is right next door to one of the historic landmark on Delaware. And this is the work that was done to it. You can see here an extraordinarily modern roof form, I would say even more wild than what I'm proposing, a curved rain screen system. They stripped back to the brick, and they've got this dormer system, which wasn't original to the house. So this is all an addition right next door to that historic property that's in question of mine. Here's another view of it. I think this is a wonderful example of melding the old with the new. And it's what makes our neighborhood, particularly this block, so vibrant. Here's another version of it. To suggest that my flat roof form is perhaps not seen around there, maybe I could buy that. But I can tell you that glass and aluminum garage doors opening up directly to the historic landmark has never been done in the neighborhood. So that's what this house is doing. Those doors open up directly to that house. And then here you can kind of see a really nice massing of these different roof forms. So this is that Rock Hill house, which is a brand new construction, maybe 15 years ago. This is a really interesting house. This is a cool little Sears Craftsman house. It was trucked here about 15 years ago and put on a brand new foundation. It's not original to the lot. And then this house here is a kind of traditional ranch style house. And then this is the house next to me on the other side. This is the house that was built on uncompacted fill, so you can see not a remarkable structure. So I guess I could argue that, yeah, there's a gable, but I don't see a consistent pattern here in the environs. If anything, what we're offering is eclecticism. Here's a house at the end of the corner. So here you can see the flat roof forms already exist there. And this is a bit redundant, I apologize. And then this is on the back side, so this is about 3 houses down from the Delaware house. So 2 very different roof forms. This actually leads to what I think is going on here, is that I'm failing to understand, and I'm glad that you guys asked, how you're determining less strict or more strict. Like I said, I've worked on multiple historic projects. I've never seen such a strict review process. And you saw the scale of those projects that we were working on. I've never seen anything this strict. And when you look at the neighborhood, here's my subject property here. Effectively, we've created a de facto historic district through environs. If we're going to apply the code or the way the staff report shows the environs, I asked at the HRC meeting, how is this any different than if I was in a historic district? And I did not get an answer. And my presumption is, I shouldn't say my presumption, my experience is that they're effectively treating any house within the environs as if it's a historic district. And you can see here there's enough of these balloons that most houses are. And then the other danger of that is that it creates a real kind of incongruous position for your neighbors when you could be right here and you can be within the environs, but arbitrarily you're right here and you're not. That's not equitable for the neighborhood. And so I'd rather see some more clarity about how the environs is reviewed. And then it was suggested to me that I compromise my design, and when I did meet with another architect to kind of prepare the drawings, based on zoning code, I'm allowed to go to 35 feet, and I'm only at 21 feet. So I could easily add another story. And from a financial perspective, with all the work that we're doing, it wouldn't cost that much more. And frankly, with 4 kids, we probably should. But as you can see, that I believe that would be out of scale. So the biggest compromise we made was to eliminate an entire story from the project. There's room right here for stairs to go up and add a whole second story, 2 more bedrooms and another bathroom. And if I felt confident in this process, I would actually propose that. And so the HRC suggested that I compromise my design. I'm offering to you that we've dramatically compromised the design by eliminating a story. And then I want to show that there's some precedent. I tried to get it included in your packet. I don't know if it's there. I believe it is 1616 Massachusetts Street. This structure is extraordinarily tall, and if I remember reading the staff report, it's taller than the landmark, and its massing is quite large. It's a pretty interesting house if you remember driving by it. I was on Mass Street. But these roof forms and this metal roof, although it's gabled, there's a lot of very modern things going on with this structure that I think are far more, I think, ambitious than what I'm proposing. At this stage, I think I've kind of set the stage. I'll come back to it, and really the decision is whether or not it significantly encroaches. But I did want to take the opportunity, having spent so much time working in low-income housing and on the comprehensive plan, I wanted to pull a couple of things out from that report that I sent you from the Obama White House. And what it really talks about is how we got to this affordability problem, and I think my project is an example of that. We've spent close to $8,000 in design review and 3 or 4 extra months in design review and paying a mortgage for that, so that adds about $10,000 in cost. Those are costs that we're absorbing to try to make this house livable that we could have spent on materials or on expanding the house, or that we can't do now. Frankly, at this stage, with being out of the house for 2 years, there's nothing we can do to recover our money on this particular house. But I'd rather do the right thing and make it a better house. So that said, the executive summary, I want to make a few highlights. Over the past 3 decades, local barriers to housing development have intensified. The accumulation of such barriers, including zoning, other land use regulations, and lengthy development approval processes, has reduced the ability of many housing markets to respond to growing demand. Locally constructed barriers to new housing development, including beneficial environmental protections, but also laws plainly designed to exclude multifamily or affordable housing, and multifamily is not allowed in this neighborhood, unfortunately. And then it says arbitrary or antiquated preservation regulations, residential conversion restrictions, and unnecessarily slow permitting processes. These all lead to issues of affordability. I have 5 years of experience on multiple historic projects. I've done condition assessment. I worked as a project manager and project architect for 10 years. I served on the Board of Zoning Appeals Committee for 6 years and on the Comprehensive Planning Committee for 5 years, and I'm having a hard time making heads or tails of the HRC. I'm educated, and I have the means, and I'm struggling. What does that mean for our poorest and marginalized citizens? What does that mean for our homeowners that are struggling to make their mortgage or to repair a roof if they have to deal with these regulations? I can't imagine what that would be like. I can tell you dozens of people come across the HRC and are so flabbergasted by the process that they walk away. Currently, the house at 14th and New Hampshire has been under construction for 2 years, and they've run out of money. Construction is tight, and it's very hard to find contractors that can even deal with historic homes. It's a burden to fix these historic homes. It costs so much money, and this process only makes it harder. It almost penalizes those of us that are trying to do it the right way and do the right thing. I really feel for the people that don't understand this process. And that's why I'm here today, to speak up about this process so that perhaps we can make some improvements so that others aren't put in this position. So to go a little bit deeper, This really illustrates the problem. What you see here is real construction costs, and there was an analysis by the City of Lawrence about our zoning code, our building codes, and there wasn't any cost savings to be had. That's because we're demanding higher quality homes. We want R20 insulation or R40 insulation. That means 2x6 construction. We want safe construction. We want egress windows. We want environmental protections in our homes through insulation. So that means the cost of things are going to go up. But what's interesting, inflation adjusted, they haven't gone up that much, but housing prices have. And that's directly related to scarcity of land and the barriers that we produce. So what you can see here is that the Obama administration is suggesting that locally constructed barriers to new housing development include beneficial environmental protection or well-intentioned permitting process or historic preservation rules. We know these are well-intentioned, but this is the result. And this is hurting our marginalized populations. And the other issue that's happening is that we've restricted zoning. Normally our neighborhood would have been multifamily. We would have been adding multifamily to our neighborhood for years. What you can see here, Los Angeles is a microcosm, is that we had all of this capacity in our neighborhoods because we allowed multifamily, but through single-family zoning, we've restricted it, and as populations have grown, we've created a shortage of housing through our processes. So that said, I want to make a few comments on vernacular, and we'll almost wrap it up. And I think this is perhaps the most important, is that historic preservation tends to focus on the aesthetic, on something that was, but it doesn't really talk about the true history or the essence of a place. So when thinking about the house across the street from mine, I actually know the woman whose parents lived here. This house isn't particularly that great in my mind, but it is representative of what was there at the time. A couple of things that are missing: horse stables, mother-in-law units in the back. If you look at the Sanborn maps, my property, this property, several properties had a couple of stables and perhaps an apartment building in the back of the property to make extra rent, dirt roads, and outhouses. We don't keep all of those things. We just keep the structure almost as sculpture. But the humanity gets lost in that, and this ties into the health of our neighborhood. The Edmondsons in this house had 9 children who lived here in this house until about 1960. I'm going to give you a little bit of insights on my block. This represents the owner-occupied homes on my block. So the blue is mine, the pink are the owner-occupied homes that I'm aware of, and that represents less than half the homes on the block. But it gets worse. These are the number of families on my block with children. We're 1 block from New York School. We almost lost New York School. I can tell you these houses are very difficult to maintain and keep up for a family. For those of you that have kids, the burden of dealing with all that goes along with having kids and then trying to fix a broken home is enormous. We need families in this neighborhood to support New York School to make it sustainable. We're the only family on that block, and we can't even live there. I think that's profound. When you consider that 100 years ago, it's likely that each one of those houses had 5, maybe 10 or 15 people living in them. Dozens of kids running around. The vibrancy of that neighborhood is lost. But what we are keeping is sculpture. I'm more interested in the vibrancy of the neighborhood and creating a home for children to go to New York School than I am in keeping the historic nature of a piece of architecture. To me, that's what architecture is about. Architecture is about humanity. So that said, I'll close it up by going back to my letter. I think my letter succinctly states why I'm appealing today. I'm not going to repeat all of this. I've indicated just about everything I want to indicate. I would ask you to strongly consider, does what I proposed significantly encroach on the landmark, not the environs? The staff report keeps mentioning environs. That's not what the code says. Does it significantly encroach on the landmark? And I would go a step further. Even in the environs analysis of 936, it says that all projects except for demolition of main structures, new infill construction, or significant additions, which are defined as greater than 20% of the existing footprint, and as I've said, there's no existing footprint changing, will be approved administratively by the Historic Resources Administrator. It's my contention that this project should have just been approved administratively. So think about the cost and time and effort that we've spent to present to you, and then the cost and time and effort that staff has spent to present this case to you, when we could have gotten something built, something on the tax rolls where we're collecting taxes to help improve the things that we need to improve, and build up the coffers for low-income housing, for the shelter, and for our streets and sidewalks. I won't reiterate the standards for review. I just ask that you presume approval, and if you deny it, that I get a more clear and concise answer as to how specifically it encroaches on the property. This property is emotional to me. For weeks and months, I would drive half an hour, because I had to live in somebody's basement in Topeka while I was doing this, after work until 10 or 11 o'clock at night with my wife with a newborn baby at home. That was hard work, and I never got to finish it. All I'm asking is the approval to finish this project and make our neighborhood a better place. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for John?
No.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
So at this point, I wanted to ask Sherry a point of clarification whether or not it would be appropriate to have an opportunity for rebuttal in regard to any questions that the commissioners had that would be clarifying from either party, or if that's something that we have done. Randy?
Mayor, that would be entirely the city commission's prerogative. If you wanted more things answered or wanted to have questions or ask questions, that would be appropriate if you wanted to do it, and if not, that's your call.
Thank you.
So you have public comment before?
We have a hearing we need to do.
Well, I have a question that would be a follow-up to the presentation from John for the city. So I just wanted to see if that would be appropriate now.
You can ask a question at this time if you wanted to, yes, and then there just needs to be some point in time where there is public comment.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Of course. Okay. So my question is, we were shown several pictures of flat or less gabled roofs. And so I wanted to see if there was any data on the consistency of that for those environs as described by the Historic Resources Commission.
Without taking a very specific look at each individual case and looking at each property, I think at this point, staff's first glance would be that they were probably done before the environs were adopted.
But in the
They were not subject to that review.
But in the guidelines, they are subject to being consistent according to those guidelines. But if the consistency is inconsistency, then I think that's important information to be aware of.
I think that analysis is in the staff report, which was the same information that was also presented to the HRC and that they based their decision on.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had something similar, but about some of the pictures that staff showed of things that had been approved. So I don't know, is that okay to ask?
I think if we have, right now, I'm going to say, unless there is opposition from Randy or any other staff, that if we have questions for city staff based on either the presentation or that we've thought of throughout this process, then we can ask those questions, but we'll save discussion for after public comment.
Staff, sorry. Lynn, it seems unusual for an individual to get this far in the process to be at City Hall, and I noticed those examples that you showed of things that had been approved recently. And I wondered if there was a difference in that process or how that process was followed that allowed those things to be successful.
When staff reviews a project and the HRC reviews a project, they use that design criteria for compatibility that's listed in Standard 9, and then also those illustrative criteria, and go through each one of those, like fenestration, sense of entry, roof forms. There are a couple others in there, and so those projects that you saw met those illustrative design criteria and were determined to be compatible based on those criteria.
I mean, you may not know off the top of your head, but did those happen immediately? Did they go to HRC more than once? Did they go through ARC?
No, they went just directly to HRC. They didn't have to go to ARC.
I had a question for Lynn. Could you address the question that was asked by John about how does his house directly contribute to the architecture of the landmark?
I think the landmark set up architecture, and in this case, the vernacular architecture of the landmarks and their environment, which environs is included in Standard 9, to look at those forms that characterize that area. And so the flat roof does not characterize that area or the landmarks.
Does it have to characterize the area or the actual landmark?
It's, according to Standard 9, it is both.
It's both.
Yes.
Okay. I did have one more question, and I was curious about this earlier. I don't know if this is germane to this, but on the definition of environs, it was brought up earlier. In the last part of that definition, it talks about standards are for review in section 22504, but the actual standards for review is 22505. Was that just a typo?
It's actually the way the code is written. I personally believe that it was a typo when the code was initiated. The standards for review that it speaks to are that listed those first three, whether or not it's landmarked in a historic district, non-contributing to historic district, and then environs.
So that would be 22505? Is that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Following up on the mayor's question, when you're considering the environs for one of these houses, I mean, I've driven the street and looked at some of the pictures. I mean, are you looking at what houses are there now and how this one's different? I mean, some of those Rock Hill houses, for example. I mean, if there was 3 more of them, would this project be okay? Or if there was 10 more of them? Or does it matter what other houses are in the environs? Or is it just this house and the project?
It's primarily focused on the listed property. When the HRC is doing that environs analysis, they do look at what's there now and what is character defining for the landmark property.
Because these definitions of environs talk about maintaining the existing structures and the visual appearance of the environs is the primary focus of review. That's in area 1 on some of these houses.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm trying to figure out, is that the visual appearance of the environs as they exist on the day the property was listed, on the day we're looking at it?
On the day the property was listed.
Okay. So, and is it true that many of these houses, some of which we saw pictures of, were built before they were there when this was approved, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Katie Walsh, speaking only for myself. Just to answer the question about the Rock Hill House, it was built before the preservation ordinance, and the mega mansion addition on the corner, or almost on the corner of 9th and Penn that he showed, was built during that time period when the state and the State Board of Realtors, who spent a lot of money to get rid of environs. And they took away environs, and then the local HRC reinstated local environs in Lawrence. So it was in that gap that they were able to build that monster addition. So just for the record. I wanted to explain, it's easy to get buffaloed by all the information that you've had to absorb. Remember, the issue tonight is a flat roof versus a gabled roof. That's the issue. And I sent you a short letter about that. I just wanted to tell you that myself, my team of friends who are rehabbers, Marcy Francisco and Joe Bickford have done 17 properties, Josh and Carrie Davis, Pat and Ed Cady, Tenants to Homeowners, the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, Todd Foster. I could have pages of people in East Lawrence who have gone to the HRC, dealt with environs, been able to do improvements, rehabs, new builds, and we all work with the HRC and staff in the ARC. Somehow, this person chafes at the process. I also wanted to tell you, I go to all these meetings because I love history. So I take copious notes, and he has had beautiful suggestions from architects and engineers at the HRC. At the staff level, he's had many suggestions, and at the ARC, he had many suggestions of ways to work with a gabled roof and get the room for his family, the safety, all the improvements that he wants. It's about a gabled roof versus a flat roof. And it's an equity issue. I want to say, we had a lot of trouble getting anything in East Lawrence on the register because all across the nation, white, rich males got their property on the register. And that's who we remember in history. We had to fight, like communities all across the nation who had to get slave quarters finally recognized and poor working class housing and tenements. And nobody wanted to let us put anything on the register at first. We were scorned at the city commission level, I swear to God. So the Native people's history, that they were here before us, that's ongoing. The history of women in East Lawrence, there'll be a chapter in Dennis Domer's new book next year, so we don't have enough on them. But the people who lived in these houses nearby on the register, a shoemaker, oh shoot, is that 3 minutes?
Katie.
Darn it. Pitched roof versus flat roof. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown, President of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. This is new terrain for LPA at the City Commission, an environs appeal not brought by a developer. I think HRC made the correct determination here, but I also think the City Commission does need to pick its battles, be willing to defend itself in court against the hub, absolutely. Or a project like this that's in a registered historic district, yes. Maybe no residential projects in environs area at all. I think you'll probably want to defend against some of them as they come to pass, but maybe not this one. I do want to talk briefly about the concept of damage. Damage is the word for me on this item. Of course, damage isn't hitting something with a hammer. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit. In this case, our community designated 3 nearby properties for local significance, part of a thematic multiple property nomination highlighting particular vernacular forms that exemplify many old East Lawrence homes. 941 Pennsylvania, though certainly compromised by pre-review era additions, fits in this group. When you see it on the street, you know you've seen that design before, maybe in Pinckney, maybe in North Lawrence, our older neighborhoods and streetscapes. This project will take that away from this property. It will no longer read as an older vernacular house. It will do this largely by employing a roof form not found on the listed properties, nor typical in the immediate area. So the potential is set for, the potential is there for a precedent to be set. It might be debatable if this project by itself meets a threshold of significant damage, but as time goes on, if other similar actions occur, HRC is telling us that we could really see an overall change in the neighborhood which will negatively impact those defining characteristics we wish to preserve when we first listed those 3 properties. HRC needs to keep doing what it's doing, but once environs level projects go beyond HRC, and if they come to the City Commission, I hope our City Commission has the latitude to determine which particular items it knows it must fight and which to let pass. LPA would certainly understand if you pass on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I say let people live in houses that they want to look like, not houses their neighbors want to look like. If people living in the neighborhood want the houses to look a certain way, then they should buy up all the houses in the neighborhood and form an HOA. Telling someone what kind of roof they can have due to how it looks around the other houses is very much an HOA thing to do. The roof on 941 Pennsylvania has no physical impact on the surrounding houses. The roof isn't going to cause the surrounding house to flood or leak sap all over a neighbor's car. The roof is going to have no physical impact on surrounding houses, nor is it expected to make noise or stink up the place. This is a case where I say let people have freedom, and then those that want to control other houses join an HOA. In the correspondence, the applicant attached the Housing Development Toolkit, and I hope y'all at least skimmed it because it touched on problems with affordable housing that can be caused from strict zoning. What Plan 2040 calls for seems to be in line with this attachment. It calls for increased population density. How are people going to get approved to actually build more population-dense houses in East Lawrence if they can't even do something simple like change their roof? This talk of changes to roofs got me thinking about another issue the city wants to push, renewable energy. What if someone wants to install solar panels on their roof? They didn't have those 100 years ago. Are we going to deny those in the name of history? I'm guessing not. If the city is going to declare a climate emergency, I would think they'd be happy if every house in historic Lawrence had solar panels. So if a potential endgame goal for the city is 75% or more of houses with modernized roofs, how important is it really that the new roof design for 941 Pennsylvania has a historic look? If I was the applicant, I'd tell you all what I would do if you denied the roof. I'd come back with the same roof design, only with some solar panels on it, and then use a "it's good for the environment" reason to counter the historic argument. Then if you voted against it, you'd look like a schmuck if you also support declaring a climate crisis. I bring this up because if you would support a new modern roof if it had a positive impact for the environment, then why not just let someone have the roof anyways and not make them jump through the hoops of what amounts to some sort of governmental HOA? Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Hi, Victoria Kist again. I just want to voice my support in allowing this man to remodel his house in the way that he is so very carefully created his plan. He has taken into consideration the historical value of the original structure, and I think is very thoughtful, his design on the addition of the flat roof having the siding being that charred wood, which symbolizes Lawrence being burnt down. I think that it would add value to the neighborhood as opposed to detracting from it, and that it would make a more continuous transition into the properties further east of that area. And I think that the consistency of that neighborhood is inconsistency with the photos that he showed, and just my personal experience driving down Pennsylvania on 9th Street. My brother lived in that multifamily home that he showed a picture of, and it's extremely modern, especially on the backside. It's all glass, and it looks out onto the more industrial part of the town on the east side. So I think all in all, it would benefit the property and change it from this eyesore, no offense, but yeah, change it from an eyesore into an attractant point of the street view. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
My name's John Sittler. I've been a resident of Lawrence, Kansas since I came to KU in 2010. And I've seen a lot of changes here in Lawrence in those 10 years. And when it comes to preserving history, I understand that the HRC has a goal and something that they're supposed to do, a responsibility that they're supposed to uphold. But when it comes to preserving history, I like to think about somebody's freedom in history. That's kind of what this nation was built on. And a man's freedom to provide a safe place for his family to grow and for him to accrue his own wealth and use his expertise that he's gained over the years working in the Northwest.
Make your comments to the commission, please.
I'm sorry. And I just wanted to make sure it was in the Northwest. And if we're going to look at preserving the east side, well, the east side is the poorer part of town. If we want to enrich that side of town and make it a place for where people want to go, people want to see and stop and look at these historic houses, you're going to need some form of modern influence that is pleasing to the eye, not a discrepancy about if it's a vaulted ceiling or what have you. I just think that this guy's done his homework and he's done his due diligence and he's using his American birthright to provide something, and I think that the commission should fight the HRC on this.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we will bring it back to the commission.
You want me? I think, I certainly appreciate what the HRC does, and I certainly appreciate the importance of it. This is my, first chance, I guess Courtney's too, to have a quasi-judicial hearing, and I guess maybe as a lawyer, I know we all take this very seriously, but it strikes me that we have a very, very high burden, to jump over here. This idea that we have to presume that the project is approved, and then only if we can, by a preponderance of the evidence, show that presumption is overcome by this house or this design significantly damaging the listed property. So that's a pretty high burden. And, as I look at that neighborhood, and I mean, it's a tricky situation in that some of these houses that have a lot of different characteristics, like the house 2 doors down, that's kind of a sideways house without much of a roof. It's 2 doors down. It was there when the property was listed. So it's pretty clear to me that if the applicant had built this house before the current property was listed, we still would have listed the house because, hey, we have 2 or 3 already. What's one more? And I guess that's the hard part for me, is that how can we say one more house, even if we decide that it doesn't have a vernacular appropriate roof, which I think could be debated, but even if we agree with the HOC on that, how can one more house significantly damage, given what's already there? And significantly damage to a point that overcomes the presumption that we have to say is approving. So I guess that's the way I'm leaning. It's the context of that neighborhood and what's there now that I think makes it a difficult decision. I mean, I'm not saying that, again, no one to say that in every situation, in every location, in every place, I wouldn't agree with the HOC, but given this location, at this time, in this context, I don't see how we have the evidence or the findings that would say we overcome the presumption.
Thanks, Brad. Others?
Well, I guess I'll go. So as I read through this, and I actually watched the video of the HRC when they made their decision to get a context of kind of where this was coming from. I think for me, what this boiled down to was a definition of the word encroach, because that's what the denial was based on. Was one, it encroaches upon the landmark properties, but also that it does not meet the applicable standards and guidelines. So those were the 2 things that I really looked at, because by saying that, we've already know that it doesn't damage, or staff doesn't think it damages or destroys the landmarks. So that's kind of I pulled those words off. And so asking staff about definition of encroach, Lynn did not give us one specifically, so in the code also says just to go to regular dictionary, basically. So I went to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and it says to enter by gradual steps or by stealth onto possessions or rights of another. That was the definition I came up with. And it also is to advance beyond the usual or proper limits. So that's the standard definition that I was using for this. So in the definition of environs and throughout this, I also didn't see the word vernacular architecture. And it does say in the code that we're supposed to use whatever is in the code and not words necessarily outside of that. And so when they say that it destroys or encroaches upon the vernacular architecture, I don't see where that's part of the code. So I don't believe that that's a factor. And I don't see where it actually encroaches upon the properties, because the floor plans are the same. There's no change in the footprint of the property or the house. And so based on that, it just seems to me, if we go with the strict definition and strict code, that we have not proven that this project significantly encroaches upon the landmark properties, as well as applicable standards. And I know the reference on quite a bit of this, if I recall, was on 22505A9, which is the contemporary design for alterations and additions to existing properties shall not be discouraged when alterations and additions do not destroy significant historical, architectural, or cultural material. And, this is the key, and such design is compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the property, the neighborhood, or the environs. So by taking that last part and applying it to the neighborhood or the environs, we saw numerous pictures of that neighborhood with what I would consider contemporary designs, as well as the historical landmark. And so I would disagree that the roof style is out of character with other properties within that environs. So I don't think the city has proven, the burden of proof is on us, and I don't think that's been proven. So at this point in time, I would vote to not go with the denial.
I can go if no one else wants to.
I don't believe that the standard has been met to deny.
I noticed his definition of encroach was a little bit different years, but pretty similar, to advance or gradually beyond acceptable limits. And so I feel like that kind of addresses a little bit what you're saying about context and what's happening in the neighborhood. So I kind of looked at it in a different way, that it's slippery to allow things that are, that don't meet the guidelines. In addition to that, of course, it does say that it doesn't discourage modern architecture, and we saw some examples of that, things that I thought looked fairly modern, that also reflected historic character. So those things are possible. And as with BZA, I'm not here to be sympathetic. I'm not here to be diplomatic. I'm here to apply the rules evenly. And I agree with the interpretation of HRC that this does not meet the design guidelines.
Using the least stringent scrutiny and using the presumption that the certificate is granted, taking into consideration the fact that when we use the definition of the word encroach, in no way does it say the potential for future impact, being a consideration for present impact. I cannot find that by a preponderance of the evidence this encroaches on, damages, or destroys the environment. So I do not believe that the city has met that burden of proof.
Given that, Randy, would the motion be to approve the certificate of appropriateness as presented, DL 19403?
That seems to be the majority vote, but the appropriate thing would be to say, yes, we're going to grant the certificate of appropriateness and reverse the decision of the HRC.
And I assume we wouldn't need findings of fact for that, other than what we've already said.
We probably will not ask for findings of fact if that's the vote.
Okay.
Mayor, I would say that when you opened the hearing a few weeks ago, and we haven't had a motion yet.
Do we close it and then make the
I move
motion?
to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Bully, second from Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, and now we will entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the certificate of appropriateness for project DR 19403 and overturn the decision of the HRC.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Finkeldye, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are going to take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next item on the agenda. in session. We are ready to move on to regular agenda item number 2, which is to receive staff report on resolution number 6817. Consider whether or not the resolution should be amended. If so, consider and give direction on the proposed changes by all parties for further development of language to be brought forth at a later date. I want to mention, prior to hearing from staff and our union representatives, that a lot of the questions around this may have to do with employment law, in which instance we may want to consult with our attorneys via executive session, in which case I would propose to commissioners that if those are questions that we have that would be more appropriately addressed in an executive session, as we are getting employment law information from our attorneys, that we do that at a following meeting, at the end of another meeting, rather than at the end of this one, just given the lateness of the hour already and the fact that we have another heavy agenda item. However, we may choose as a commission to go ahead and go into executive session, again, only if there are questions that would be more appropriately addressed through an executive session. So having said that, and we can ponder that as we kind of think about the questions that we have and Tony's responses to those, but please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lori Carnahan. I'm the Human Resources Manager with the City of Lawrence. Tonight we're here to deliver a staff report and to discuss considerations to the revisions of Resolution 6817, which is our resolution that governs our employee groups, the city's relationship with employee groups. Our agenda this evening, or the overview of the PowerPoint, is to discuss a little bit about the background and why we're here tonight, a summary of a meeting that city staff had with the IAFF and LPOA and Teamsters, Local 696, on January 15th, and then finally to review any policy questions or commission direction on A, whether or not to change the resolution, and B, if so, to look at a list of items that all 4 groups would bring to you for consideration or discussion. On December 10th, I believe it was, the Teamsters Local 696 requested changes to the resolution to you. That evening, you had several questions that staff took back and researched and provided answers to you in the attached memo that went with this PowerPoint this evening. On January 15th, as I mentioned earlier, the city manager, along with 2 members of the city staff, met with 2 members of the IFF, LPOA, and Teamsters, and during that period of time, discussed items that might be of common interest. Before we get into specific items, I wanted to review a little bit about the history or the context surrounding our resolution, and there are 3 things that kind of surround it for your consideration. Kansas is a right-to-work state. Simply put, that means that no union or no employer can require an employee to join a union in order to work at that organization. There is a Public Employer-Employee Relations Act at the state level. It's known as PARA. Kansas municipalities are not required to be a part of that or fall under that act. The city also uses home rule, its home rule authority quite often in passing resolutions, and it did so in the history of this resolution. It used the home rule authority for the resolution on governing employee groups. The initial resolution on this topic was passed in 1983. It was 4658. We had a discussion with some people who were part of city staff and city staff during that period of time, and they listed 3 things that they recalled as being part of the considerations at the time the initial resolution was put into place. They looked at what other cities were doing throughout Kansas at the time. They felt it was very important that there was a direct relationship between the city and its employees, and they felt very strongly that it was more efficient to resolve matters locally than through the outline that PARA had in Topeka. Subsequent to that date, there were resolutions passed in 1987, 2007, and 2009. All of them were minor changes. 1987, it tied the resolution back to some of the rules under the cash basis law. In 2007, there was some language changes. The reference to permanent employees was changed to regular employees. Position was changed to proposal. The names under the 4 employee groups that this resolution identifies were expanded from like police to police and detectives, firefighter to firefighter and fire lieutenants, and then also from white-collar workers to administrative and clerical, with the language that we have today, and then blue-collar to service maintenance technical. The 2009 just changed some dates for which the negotiations and the discussions followed, the discussion procedure dates. Again, all of them were minor changes, and the thing that we come back to is that all of these revisions retained the direct relationship between the employees and the city. You can note that through the I think there's 4 or 5 recitals at the beginning of the resolution. Those have remained unchanged throughout the history of the resolution. Again, on January 15th, city staff met with other interested parties on this resolution, and we identified some issues that we felt were of common interest, and made a list of those for you, and that's in your packet as well. The first one is under Section 2, the makeup of the employee groups. I think while all four groups had different things they wanted to talk about, that was an area that would be of interest to have a discussion over if the resolution was open for revision. The election timeline was also something that seemed to be in agreement that it would merit discussion if the resolution were opened. Again, the dates for commencing the discussions also, there was a discussion maybe earlier than the current date, and the opportunity to provide, to add issues to the negotiations and the discussions as they progressed, which last year and the year before, it was a defined list presented at the beginning, and anything that came up during the discussions was not added to the agenda to discuss. The next section, that discussions are open to the public if all parties mutually agree. And then the very last section to clarify some impasse procedures, not necessarily changing them, but they resulted when we reached impasse over the past couple, 2, 3, 4 times we have had these discussions. There's always a discussion on, well, what time of day and exactly what do we have to turn in and exactly what stands. So some clarification in that section would be appreciated. Again, lastly, this evening, we're going to request some direction from the City Commission. Either that is to whether or not you want to change the resolution at all, if you find it acceptable the way it is, or whether you want to open it up for discussing some changes. If that's the case, provide city staff with some guidance on what those changes might be, and then staff will draft a modified resolution to bring back to you at a later date.
Lori? What happens if we just rescinded the current resolution? Would it default to PIRA?
But no, I don't think it defaults.
Okay, so we have home ruled out of PIRA in 1983. How do you rescind home rule on that and adopt the you'd have to, go ahead.
until it is amended by an act of the governing body. If it is not amended, then it will remain in place until it is repealed.
Right. But I mean, if it was repealed, what would happen? Would there be a return to the PIRA, the state law?
No, we'd have to take a deliberate act to come under the control of PIRA.
Okay.
The default rule is no unions.
Correct.
Right, and only if we, so
Okay.
if we had no resolution, there would be no unions.
Okay.
Please fire.
So we'd have to adopt PIRA if we wanted that to be our
Yes.
underlying, okay.
At this time, I would like to give a few minutes for each one of the groups that we met with to present to you some of the things that may be of interest to them specifically, in addition to or elaborating on the list that we talked about just a minute or two ago. Let me introduce the three other individuals, and then I'll return for the city's items. Matt Hall is here with the Teamsters, Local 696. Following that, Seamus Albritton is here with the International Association of Firefighters, our Local 1596. And then Bill Bradford is here with our Lawrence Police Officers Association.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to speak again tonight. I know I spoke last month, so I'll try my best not to be repetitive and to give new information. We sat down with city and union leaders on January 15th to give our ideas and state our thoughts over this modernizing this ordinance. It's our core belief and our core position that it should be the employee's free and fair choice, whether they have representation and who they are represented by, and not determined by the ordinance, which is as it currently stands. In order to do this fairly and evenly, and to let employees make up their own minds, then this resolution needs to be modernized and brought up to the standards of the state and the rest of the nation. We have presented items that will accomplish this and stand firmly by the values of those items. There's been discussion over what bargaining groups are proper and what bargaining groups share a community of interest, meaning they perform the same job duties, they have the same training, they work under the same conditions, and they have the same working conditions. The city has also presented what they think is the right direction of this as well at our meeting. After sitting out the city and hearing their ideas, we'd like to offer up some different options for the commission to consider when they consider adopting this resolution. Do you know how this works? Can I put this on the big screen? I also have handouts as well. Yeah.
Do you want us to have those handouts prior to?
Yes, it's the same thing I'm going to be putting up. Thank you very much. It's not working. We can just go off the handouts if that's fine, in the interest of saving time.
Sometimes it's just very finicky.
Gotcha.
You can just hold it up.
Gotcha, I'll do that. Maybe they can zoom in. Oh, there it goes, there it goes.
It takes a minute.
There it goes. Don't touch it. Before we talk to the commission and give some suggestions of what we thought was proper, we had 11 bargaining units as defined we thought should be in the ordinance. We heard some of the feedback from the city, we heard some of the feedback we felt from the commission when we presented that, and so we wanted to present this list today. Now, police and fire are already established per the ordinance. As the other two bargaining units you guys currently have in the ordinance is admin and technicians, and then service and maintenance. We think it's proper and it should be the way this is done, where those are split up and so they have more of a community of interest, and they actually are bargaining with people in your same job type and doing a similar job. So we wanted to present administrative support That's one of the job classes the city, I believe, staff has recognized as splitting up. Technicians, and then also Parks and Rec, park maintenance, field operations, street maintenance, stormwater, solid waste and waste maintenance, plant operations, and water maintenance. Once again, we feel there are people doing the same job or similar jobs in these job bargaining units that should be able to bargain together and do show a community of interest. At the meeting, it was also stated by the city they wanted to keep the current practice of requiring 50% of the total bargaining unit in order to certify a union. We've stated before that this is an unrealistic hurdle, and it serves as a major barrier against democratic process. Our recommendation still is to count the votes cast, as is a standard in all American elections and all union elections, all representational elections in the state of Kansas and throughout the nation. Alternatively, if the commission is insistent that a majority of the units show interest, you can instead do a card check agreement. And now what a card check agreement is where if you have a majority of the people in a unit have signed cards saying they want representation by a union, then that would automatically be recognized instead of going to an election. This would allow for employees to have a free and fair choice. Our preference is an election, but if the commission so asks for this is something that could be fair and done evenly as well. We also are strongly against the city's position that employees cannot vote for a representative of their choosing. They should be able to choose Teamsters, they should be able to choose AFSCME, they should be able to choose any union they want. Once again, we were approached by city employees for this campaign, not the other way around. Finally, I feel it's important to address the estimated cost that has been put forward by the city. I think it's a great investment in employee retention and rights to make these investments. But I don't understand or agree with the proposal of how much this is going to cost. And we would ask the city to show the math. I believe they put out $250,000 to $750,000 just to change these bargaining units. We've negotiated several contracts with public and private employers and have not seen that kind of cost in any other contract we've negotiated ourselves. That's kind of our key points of this. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for that? Go ahead.
Could you go over that, contract agreement again? Yeah, under you guys' current ordinance, you have to have 30% of the employees sign a petition and then present that to the city clerk, I believe, in order to actually start an election process. If you change that for that petition to be 50%, or actually 51%, over 50%, you would essentially show the majority of the employees in that unit wanting to have representation, and you wouldn't have to do the election where it's actually stacked against employees. Okay, thanks. So instead of going to an election, 50% of people sign cards saying they want representation by this group, and then they're automatically represented by that group. 50% of the entire employee pool? The bargaining unit as defined underneath the ordinance. Yeah. 50% of the bargaining unit. Correct. Okay.
Any other questions for Matt? Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you for your time.
Seamus?
Hello, my name is Seamus Albert, and I'm the current acting president for the local IAFF. We've entered a proposal, let me back up. Briefly, we'd like to say that we can stand with everything suggested by the Teamsters as well as LPOA, and we can get behind the removal of any sort of obstacle to employees that are attempting to organize currently. We, as an organization, have entered the proposal to add our 5 captains, LDCFM captains, to the bargaining unit. This is an idea that is first conceived by the employee group that it affects most, which is the captains, and brought to our organization to explore and possibly pursue on their behalf, and that is what I'm here to do tonight. They've also separately entered a letter to city staff asking for this change. I've included that in your binder with you. It has been endorsed by the majority of the captains. So this idea is brought to us as what the captains believe and we believe to be a long-term solution to what we believe and they also believe to be an inequity between their benefits package and the MOU employees' benefits package. And I've chosen the word inequity on purpose here because if you look at the work life of a fire captain here in Lawrence compared to the work life of the current MOU employees, it's near identical. Fire captain here in Lawrence, as it is across the nation, is a hands-on position. You're entering burning structures. You're taking the same risk that the MOU employees are taking. You're entering job emergencies with tools and hose irons in your hand. You're in the back of the ambulance participating in patient care and exposing yourself to communicable diseases, a higher risk of getting sick, the same way MOU employees are. So what we have here are two separate benefit packages for employee groups that are doing the same thing. So they're taking the same risks, they're entering the same hazards, they have the same workplace needs, but they have different workplace benefits, they have different workplace rights. And that's why we feel there's a true inequity there. Now, it's true that the commission could simply vote, a one-time vote to make captain's benefits identical, but we see that as a short-term solution. We much rather have this group of employees be added to the bargaining unit and participate in a process that has been shown to be successful at keeping a market rate benefits. So when we talk about some of these specific inequities, a big one is the work comp benefit that MOU employees currently have. I can, as an MOU employee, tomorrow I can enter a structure fire with my captain. We could both receive severe burns or injuries that would put us out of work. I have wage protection for up to 82 days. I know my paycheck and benefits are guaranteed. Captains who are taking the same risk and may receive the same injuries have none of that protection and are completely reliant on state benefits. We see that as an inequity. It also feeds into their sick leave benefits. Sick leave benefits of captains are currently less than what MOU employees are receiving. This is important. We are not only the firefighters, but we're healthcare workers. We interact with sick people in the community on a daily basis and are at a higher risk of catching on whatever is going around the community. So for a healthcare worker, sick leave benefit is important. And if you observe what captains are receiving compared to MOU employees, it is less. It's less than the MOU employees. It's also less than what fire captains are receiving in peer cities, if you compare to the cities that we've traditionally used as a peer comparison. The last item they've asked me to talk about is the merit pool system. They feel it has failed to prevent wage compression and wage stagnation within that group. And I say that knowing that 3 out of 5 of you were on a previous commission that voted a large pay bump in an attempt to fix that. But again, we understand that as short-term solutions, where the same pay study showed that MOU employees are having success in not meeting these votes that are largely increasing benefits or pay. So as we explored this idea for the captains, we found some surprising things here. First, it's standard practice across the nation. If you're a community that offers bargaining rights to your fire department employees, fire captains are included in that bargaining unit. In fact, I'm not confident enough to say that there's not one out there where that's not true, but I can't find one. I'm not aware of one. Second is that there's 2 reasons that we've traditionally excluded captains from this bargaining process, that the city classifies them as management and supervisory employees. Well, there's a lot of case law that has gone on and some legal precedents that have happened in the last 10 years or so that suggest that those 2 reasons are becoming out of date and they may not necessarily apply wholly anymore. And when we talk about that case law, a lot of it is coming from lawsuits that are filed by captains to their communities, asking for overtime pay, saying that they are entitled to overtime compensation. Some of you may be aware that we just recently did that for our captains. I think 2 pay periods ago, they are now receiving overtime pay. The gist of these lawsuits are that, yes, it's being ruled in favor of the captains, but they're also establishing some other things in regards to how captains, that job description is applied to Department of Labor rules. It's establishing that, no, they are not exempt from overtime pay because they don't meet the requirement of a management, administrative, or an executive employee under Department of Labor nutshell says if you are staffed on an emergency vehicle, whether you're a police officer, EMS, or fire, and you're actively hands-on involved in mitigating emergencies, you cannot be understood as a management employee. Even if there's administrative nature to other duties in your job, such as an eval for other employees, or policy updates, what have you, your primary role is planning for and responding for emergencies. And you have to base the workplace rights and the workplace benefits on that and that alone. And that's how we understand many of these judgments. And I've included one in your packet if you have time for light reading after this. The second piece of this is that supervisory item, supervisory employee. So our resolution actually gives a pretty clear definition of what a supervisory employee is here in Lawrence. And if you talk to RVCF and Captain, you'll find that there's a lot of gray area in that. And I don't exactly have the authority to do the majority of those items in that definition. What's also interesting is if you look at other Kansas communities that are given bargaining rights, they're all giving captains, they're all extending that right to the captains. But they're obviously not using our resolution. They're all using PILA, the state statutes from my understanding. And PILA also offers a definition, which I've included in that packet for you. I think it's behind the clear tab. If you look at those definitions, in spirit and nearly in words, they're identical. So it kind of leads us to some conclusions here that either those other communities are saying, no, you're not supervisors and you're bargaining rights, or yes, you are supervisors, but for the nature of the job, we're going to explicitly name you as employees and bargain. And we would be certainly okay with moving forward with either of those options. So there's a discrepancy somewhere if everybody else is doing it and we're not doing it. So I understand, as you mentioned earlier, Mayor, employment law is tough, especially when you apply it to industry such as firefighting and police and EMS. And that's why I think my third and final point is the most powerful here. Is to simply, we're the only community that's granting bargaining rights and not extending it to their fire captains. I did explicitly do some auditing of some communities in the area that's listed in there behind the red tab. Looked at their contracts to confirm that they were giving rights to these captains before I came in and speak. Like I said, that includes every bargaining right community in Kansas, Kansas City, Kansas, Junction City, Topeka, and Wichita, as well as several other ones in the area, Lee Summit in Columbia, Missouri, St. Joseph, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, Iowa City, Iowa, and Des Moines, Iowa. So that's a large enough item out there for us to, at a bare minimum, to say that there needs to be some direction to explore this a little bit more. But we are asking to move forward with a language change to get closer in line with peer cities and the nation, whatever that language is. We've offered up some language that we think would work, but we're obviously flexible with that. Any questions?
Any questions for Shannon?
Okay, thank you.
We may hear from Bill.
Bill Bradford, LPOA, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, appreciate your time tonight. The LPOA supports the right or ability of individual employees to organize in the groups to collectively bargain and discuss wages, working conditions, and fringe benefits with employers. I think that those conversations have value with the city and have had value in the past. We in the city are in mutual agreement with the majority of our issues, which I believe are sent to you in documents received for this meeting. In regards to reclassification of police sergeants, which kind of echoes what IFF was talking about for the fire captains, we're really not able to have that conversation now because they're kind of a few steps behind. We'd just like to retain the ability to discuss this issue further with the city as the decision becomes more clear when it comes to the sergeants and how they're going to be classified. That's pretty much all we have. Any questions at all?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank
that we believe through the conversations that we had, both within city staff and with the other members that you just heard from, would be questions to ask you, how you felt, and whether we should come back and look at those. The first would be, should the number of employees be increased, and if so, how many? We've provided you with a report with a couple of options, very open to discussing what that might actually look like when and done in the future. The second is, should the employer discussions be between the city and employees? We believe this is a core value that has been in place with this organization and this community since the inception of the resolution, and believe that that should be retained. Should the employee be required to initiate the representation? This falls under that same core value that we believe that employees should be able to initiate if they would like to be represented by a person or a group, but it should be done by the employee. Should the existing election timeframe end date be retained or modified? I think this is something that definitely could have some discussion so that it could meet the needs of the employee groups. I think it's important that they're able to be able to have a reasonable period of time in order to have these discussions if they wish to have someone represent them. The fifth item is, should the existing language to be represented require an affirmative vote of more than 50% of the eligible employees be retained or modified? The city believes that this should be retained, that it's very important that the majority of employees in any particular employee group want to have representation, and not just a group of people who are able to vote for that. And then number 6 is, should a decertification process be added, and if so, what's the process? Currently, the resolution does not contain such a process, and just a reverse of whatever it takes to certify would be a language that we feel would be appropriate for that. 7, should existing management rights be retained or modified? And believe retained as they're currently written. Should the timeline for discussions be retained or modified? It is a very compressed time frame. The end date seems to be appropriate with our budget guidelines. The beginning date probably could have some discussion with what that is. The value that the city staff has is that whatever the process is, it has to align with the budget process so that we can present a budget to you here. Number 9, should the timeline and deadlines of in-past procedures be clarified? Yes. That is, it's initiated a lot of conversation, and we should look at that and be a little bit clear. And number 10, should job titles and other minor adjustments be made to clarify plant operations? And of course, clean up to any document is always good as we have changes in our job titles. That is the end of the city's list, and this next slide here is just to turn that discussion back over to you on whether or not you would like to change the current resolution, and if so, what kind of guidance would you like to give to city staff, and then following the direction and see the city staff will bring back any modifications to the resolution for your consideration. Any questions for that? Thank you.
expectation would not be, realistically, my expectation isn't that we're going to be able to run out and hire a bunch of staff to help us start doing that. We're going to try and make it work the way we have before using that expertise, but just understand there's other things that we do as well during the course of the year and the budget process, and some of the key staff that are instrumental in helping us develop these agreements and negotiate with these groups are also the ones that do budget, are also the ones that do some of the other things that are in cycle at the same time. I assume it's possible to put time limits, or put time constraints, is that the right word, on how those unions are set up and when they negotiate the contracts within the context of this resolution? Yeah, within the resolution, I think that, way back when, they were trying to really kind of set some bookends so when you start, make sure you don't get too far down the road before you start, and also then make sure that you started in time to get to the budget. Because we don't want, if we go through the impasse procedures, we need to get that done as we, for the first time, experienced this last year. We want to make sure that there's time to include whatever it is we agree upon in the budget. So same sort of thing, we'd like some conversations. If we have a lot of simultaneous agreements, we need to get started earlier. So from our perspective, that's mutually beneficial. So when we met with the groups, I don't think anybody, we were all in agreement that it would be nice to get a running start, especially if it's more complicated one year, we have simultaneous negotiations going on.
So I think it may be valuable to provide at least some direction for staff moving forward. I mean, we had a conversation about this previously where at least the three of us decided that we did want to crack up in the attic and see what's inside. And so really this is an opportunity for you to weigh in on that preference. And hopefully I would like to walk away with at least some direction, since we already, a majority of us sitting up here have said yes, we want to have this conversation, so let's at least start that conversation. But I wanted to hear from you all about that. Yeah, did you put these questions that staff gave us around a little bit? Would that give us some direction? Or would that give us staff direction? I think so. I mean, I had a question around, for example, the definitions of the employee groups. The original Teamster proposal was around, I think 11 groups, and the staff members are there for those. And then we have the staff members from the recommended employee groups from the city, and we had a new proposal from the Teamsters, and I'm not sure maybe the reasons why there was a perception that the city's recommendations weren't sufficient. I will say that I would like to see craftsperson on that list rather than craftsman. But aside from that, I'm curious as to the alternative recommendation and that concurrence with the city's recommendation. I'm sorry, could you pull up the city recommendations? Or there's the three little words together? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And none of those include captains to the AFF request to include captains, which would include 17 other individuals under firefighters. And those that fall outside of those four definitions that were not eligible for this resolution. And the supervisory and management, which was discussed tonight, one's confidential, and the fourth one is professional. In our current resolution, those are not eligible to participate in any of these groups. This is an approximate list. Of course, the police and detectives, firefighters, fire engineers, and lieutenants are hard numbers, and those are the groups we work with already. And the others are draft lists and looking at our job classifications, and taking eligible to participate. Captains currently fall under the management, supervisory, and confidential sections. And so we would like to have that discussion as well if that was a desire. Okay. Can we hear from Matt on why you made the alternative recommendation?
Yeah, when we got presented this from the city, we went and Lois showed us some of the job titles that she thought were going to be in these different bargaining units. And when we looked at that, we saw that service and maintenance, and this is, I'm not going to worry about the all night, you guys have it's already been disastrous for now, so. Service and maintenance from our perspective included parks and rec and solid waste together. Those are two different job classifications. They do two different functions. They have very different training that goes involved with them, different schedules, different bidding. We didn't think it was proper to have them in one big bargaining unit when they might be running different things in their union contract. And then we looked at skilled craftsmen. We saw, from our perspective, field operations, street maintenance, stormwater, and then plant operations and water maintenance were bunched together as well. Once again, they're doing vastly different jobs. Someone that's working to patch our roads and working with our streets, making sure our streets are safe and maintained, is doing a vastly different job than someone that's operating a plant to make sure our water's clean and being safe to drink as well. They do have similar job titles from the city, but we feel they have vastly different jobs that they actually do. Different schedules, different bids, and different ways in which they operate within that department as well. So we thought it was proper to take what the city had given as far as their recommendation and try to expand upon it. So the document we gave you guys tonight has the basis from what the city has recommended, but we've expanded these two groups, the service maintenance and the skilled craftsmen, to break those up because we think that's more proper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so Larry, when we're looking at these, I guess the word is always so right, we can divide it however we want. But where would we prioritize in creating categories like this? Do we look at number of employees under each category and try to balance those? Is the primary concern the type of work that they're doing and whether or not they're substantially similar? Is there some kind of standard by which we make these kinds of decisions?
I think both of those are valid criteria for looking at dividing up the groups. We heard initially, even in December, that having the full groups put an inordinate burden on the service maintenance and skilled labor because so many of our employees fit in that one category, and there is a desire to break that up a little bit. And so we looked at and we did go considerably off of job titles. We looked at breaking that up so that we could have some similar work together, not necessarily work groups, but work levels, skill levels and that sort of thing in a group. And it had some nice breaking points that got the service maintenance and the skilled crafts persons into a level that was very similar to the firefighters. The police officers would then be the highest number of group in a group, and so it made organizing just a little bit easier in getting those interest cards and then an election. And so I think numbers are important, and I also think having like interests is important. You want people, when they come together, having some common things that they're looking for, both in working conditions and benefits and wages. Okay. Do any other commissioners have thoughts on the divisions?
Yeah, I was looking at the one from the commissioners here. Could we put that up on the So it'll be too large of a group to put together the field operations, the solid waste, and the plant operations into one, which is basically our MSA, from what I can tell. Seems like that'd be 199 or close to that. Is that too big of a group?
1099.
And that's what I counted, but my math might not be right.
That's large compared to the rest of these numbers here. It would give a common areas of interest. Parks and Rec is a fairly small group comparatively.
So the technicians and technicians, you got 32.
Right. I have employee counts by job title that if there's some direction that you would like us to look at, we can mess around with different groups. We were trying to give illustration probably more than anything else. If there's some, I would be more than happy to come up with some groupings that met both of those criteria that I've heard floated around the last couple of meetings.
I guess I'm interested in learning more about this rather than making a decision and providing direction tonight.
Well, I think that getting really some ideas of what our priorities are and looking at.
Well, I mean, I'd like to have a better understanding of the difference between the grouping and they're grouped basically under the history and compared to the communities of interest. I mean, I think that's what we need to be talking about, but I need to learn more about that before I, make a decision. So.
The direction to staff can be to get us more information.
Yeah.
And, of course, staff's already done a good job of working with these parties, but maybe if they need to have a little more dialogue about what their intention is with some of these, what might work better. Okay.
Two related questions. One's probably getting way into the weeds, but I'm just curious, what if somebody, said, I think I'm a technician, but someone else, we say they're a plant operator, who makes the decision on which group someone's in? Who has the final say of that?
It would probably apply our definitions to a reasonable person. I suppose at the end of the day, you would have the final say.
Except the ones come from. Ryan Dink, McNamee, Winkler, and Phillips. Typically what you do is you will identify the job classifications in each bargaining unit by a specific job class. If you add new job classifications, you will go ahead and amend the bargaining unit to add that job classification. So if you have them, there really shouldn't be any dispute or question. The other thing I can answer, and I think that this addresses a couple people's questions, is we can provide guidance by way of legal guidance in terms of the legal standard you should consider in formulating appropriate bargaining units, at least under both federal and state law for your consideration. But the ultimate issue is on community of interest is how manageable is it to sit down at the table with somebody and have that negotiation. If it's too broad, then it can be unmanageable. And it depends on the size of the employer as well. So, but we can get you that legal guidance for your further consideration.
That'd be helpful. In regard to captains, I know that there is some persuasive case law that is not necessarily 10th Circuit. I am wondering if exempt, non-exempt is ever something that we consider in defining someone as a supervisory employee, and also if we've considered, fire and police, I would say, are organized in a paramilitary kind of setup where there are rankings. And did we anticipate that when looking at supervisory and considering, captain's not in the room, person that's been there for 20 years, who's not a captain is not in the room, and the person who graduated from the academy 6 months ago is the highest ranking officer in the room, is the supervisor at that moment. And I know that there are more requirements under our definition of supervisor, but have we considered kind of the totality of that and looking at what we define as supervisor and non-supervisor, and do we consider exempt, non-exempt as part of that consideration? When I, when I look at the definition of supervisor, it is the job duties that they carry out, and whether or not they're supervising other staff or not, on an ongoing and regular basis, not on an exception, or not as a lead, or not as a trainer. That exempt versus non-exempt is a completely different definition, and I consider them separately. So I would use the definition of our resolution for determining eligibility here, and I would use the definition given by the Department of Labor for determining the FLSA classification.
Is there a risk of degrading that position in some way to say, okay, you are not a supervisor, and so your job duties are less? Are we like invalidating essentially that position's existence by saying you are not a supervisory employee and you do not therefore qualify for whatever distinction you have as a result of that?
It is my observation and belief that we currently rely on our captains for a lot of management activities, for a lot of supervisory activities, for a lot of confidential matters on employee conduct and behaviors and in the fire medical department. I think, and I don't want to speak for the chief entirely, but I have heard that from him on more than one occasion, that these are people he depends on to carry out the management work of the department. And so to say that they're not management staff, or to say they're not supervisory, or to say that they cannot operate in it with confidential matters of that level, would, I believe, seriously change how our chief organizes the fire medical department. I think case law tonight, it may be appropriate for us to provide some information on case law in a different setting with your attorneys.
Okay. So that may be an issue that we want to bring back for an executive session.
I think we should probably schedule an executive session. I guess the other thing I'd like to do is go through the attrition information. I'm not sure we did that in the presentation.
We did not.
So I think that one of the things that we've heard tonight is the value that the unions can bring in the employment area. And I think that if we look at the attrition numbers, that may be borne out. We have very low attrition rates in the IAFF by the unit. They're very well represented. LPO is a little higher, but they're represented pretty well too. But it seems like the highest that we've got are in the two that have no unions at all. I mean, total attrition is almost 16% and over 15%. So, I think we need to be open to the idea that, unions can help us retain trained employees that will benefit the taxpayers. So, I think that we need to have a thorough discussion of all the aspects of this, and I'd like more information to be able to do that better. And I think the executive session would be a part of that.
So I think a question I have is it appropriate for us to develop the questions to which we want answers in that executive session here tonight? Because I don't want to have an executive session where we raise all these questions that will then need to be researched and brought back to us in another executive session to have that conversation.
Well, I might suggest that you can offer those letters that have to be in a public setting. There may be questions that have legal implications that even the question itself would compromise the city's position. So,
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Other thoughts, questions? So we do have the questions before us 1 through 10. If there's any discussion that any of us would desire to have over those right now, we've talked about one. There are lots of others. Discussions between city employees, employee required to initiate representation,
timeframes?
Well, as I said before, I'm definitely interested in understanding the timeframes and how it affects our budget and if we move forward with this, how does it affect this year and future years and those sorts of things. I don't think I fully grasp all of the implications there.
And I had a lot of flexibility around that, just making sure that we're in line with the budget. So it wasn't so much changing the end date, but the beginning date. And is anybody opposed to allowing the city to bring a recommendation back on that particular issue? Okay. Maybe we can go over each of these items, these 10 items. Is that what we're doing tonight? We may. I just feel like I need more information before I can make a decision on several of these items. I would like to see the Teamsters, the fire, and the police have all gotten up and said this is what we would like to see. How does that compare to what the city believes is appropriate and in the best interest of the city as well as the employees? And some of the proposals that have been made by the groups. How would that impact the city's items that they've brought up? I'd like to just see some answers to what they've asked.
I guess procedurally, I'm interested in the options at this point. We're almost 4 hours in. We've got more issues to do. Can someone suggest, we schedule an executive session for our next meeting at the end of the meeting? We have an opportunity to discuss with staff and everybody else the aspects of this and come back and put it on the agenda again maybe after the executive session as a follow-up after the executive session.
I think that would be reasonable. I think that getting our questions to staff would be very helpful, so that we are prepared for that meeting and can have a candid discussion rather than a research-based discussion at that time. Other thoughts on that? So in that instance, if I'm hearing general consent around that, would we then move to schedule an executive session and to postpone our decision on this? Or the direction of staff would be to schedule an executive session and bring it back to the commission?
I think that would be the goal.
Sure, would that be appropriate?
Do you want to define dates?
Okay.
I think the next meeting would have the executive session. I don't really want to wait around too much on that.
Yes.
Beyond that, I'll defer to others.
Okay. Perhaps we can report out after that meeting and commission items when we would like to reschedule that?
That'll be fine.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
I move we schedule an executive session on this topic at our next meeting.
Second. Motion from Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. We have deferred item number 3. This is the one that,
Can we take a 5-minute?
yeah, okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
to our last regular agenda item, which is item number 4. Our job at the moment is to receive a presentation from the Lawrence Police Department on the new body-worn camera program.
I'm McKinley, captain at the Lawrence Police Department. As you say, we're here this evening to provide an overview of the Lawrence Police Department's new body-worn camera program. Tonight, I'm joined by several people that are on that team, that project team, to include Sergeant Ryan Halstead, of course Chief Burns up there in the front row. I've got Nick Dunkel. Nick is back here. He's the one that's going to manage the day-to-day operations of the video itself. And then Jeff Kramer with Axon has joined us as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to provide kind of an overview of the program itself, kind of how we got to where we're at. We're going to touch on some of the highlights for the policy, but we can certainly dig into that more if you have interest or questions in that regard. And then we're going to go over the product itself so that you have an understanding what exactly we're going to deploy on the street. So I'll have Sergeant Halstead step up for the rest of that presentation. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. My name again is Sergeant Ryan Halstead. It's important to know where we've been at with this project and where we currently are at and where we plan to be going. So this will be a quick, brief history on what this project has started. We started researching this body-worn camera systems, and not just this particular body-worn camera system, but all different types back in 2015. Funding was requested for the budget year of 2017, but was denied. We reapplied for it for the budget year 2018, and it was accepted for a CIP project. A federal grant very shortly after that budget negotiation was awarded from the Department of Justice, which pays a portion of the initial purchase of those cameras, was granted to the Lawrence Police Department in late 2017. And in June of 2018, the policy passed the Department of Justice standards, which come along with that grant process, and we actually had to do that twice, and I'll talk about that in a few moments. In August 2018, 8 vendors expressed interest in presenting the product to us. 3 of those were selected out of the 8 for further testing and evaluation. And after the testing and evaluation, which I'll get to in a second, in late 2018 and early 2019, a request for purchase had to be implemented and was submitted in fall of 2019. Those same 3 vendors then submitted bids, and of those 3, Axon Enterprises was selected to be our final bidder. Our anticipated implementation is next week, January 29th on Wednesday, starting with our patrol division. A little bit about the testing and evaluation. We did a month-long testing for each of those 3 vendors that we had picked. It was 30 days for each, starting in November of 2018, lasting through January of 2019. Each was tested in actual usage on officers on different patrol shifts as well as investigations, so that you've got different conditions, different lighting conditions, different type of calls. We also did a lot of scenario-based testing in varying conditions, such as low light, running, multiple actors, scenario-based testing. We also have we have a couple detectives that are Law Enforcement Emergency Services Video Association certified employees, and they did forensic testing on each of our 3 vendors to tell us the nuts and bolts of what the claim was of that a battery could last a certain amount of time or a certain type of resolution, and they were able to tell us if that was true or not. So going into the policy, so part of the grant process through the Department of Justice is a review and approval of what our body-worn camera policy looks like, and it has to address several different categories, 49 different categories that we have to address in our policy. And due to a change in our policy system, we originally had policies set up in a certain format, and we have recently gone to a company called Lexipol. And so we've had to submit it actually twice, and both times we achieved that with very, very high marks through the Department of Justice. So some of the highlights of the policy are as follows: that any member assigned to patrol division while on duty will be wearing a body-worn camera system. Members assigned to non-patrol assignments may be issued wearing a body camera depending on those division procedures and practices. Calls for service received from dispatch shall be recorded, as well as all enforcement and investigative contacts. Self-initiated activity in which an officer would normally notify dispatch, except for breaks, administrative calls, those investigative stops will be recorded. When assisting other law enforcement or governmental agencies that are engaged in official law enforcement activities, those shall be recorded. Members have the right to record encounters with the public if they have the right to be at or in the location. Members should remain sensitive to the dignity of all individuals being recorded and exercise that sound discretion to respect the privacy. By discontinuing the recording whenever it reasonably appears to the member that such privacy may outweigh any legitimate law enforcement interest in recording, i.e. reports of a sexual assault or sensitive medical information, that can be where the recording is stopped. And then continue later or not at all. We want to preserve that dignity or that respect that privacy. And then we put in a section about member expected to, we don't want any member to worry more about their turning on their body camera as opposed to their own safety. So at no time is a member expected to jeopardize their safety in order to activate the camera system. If it occurs suddenly or safety concerns prevent the immediate activation, they should activate it once they're as soon as reasonably practical and when it's safe to do so. The request to review recording is covered in the Kansas Open Records Act, KSA 45254, and those video recordings are considered criminal investigation record. Going over a little bit about the system, if I get permission to approach, I'd bring you, that's mainly my, this is the camera system, if you guys want to pass that around. This is a magnet, so it might stick to some of your stuff. These are the mounting systems that go with that. And as you can see, myself and Captain McKinley are both wearing camera systems now. Obviously, they're not on, but with different mounting options, with one with the wing clip, and Captain McKinley has the magnet mount. So watch your fingers, because that will pinch you. So this is just a little preview of the camera system. It's called the Axon Body 3. We originally tested with the Axon Body 2, and then they came out with this Body 3, which actually gives us a lot of advantages over the Axon Body 2 that we'll kind of go into. One of the things that we want to talk about is the improved low light performance. Cameras oftentimes have to try to mimic the eye as best as you can, and oftentimes cameras have a hard time with that, mimicking the eye. We don't want something that's better, that sees better than the eye. We want to see what the officer is seeing because you want to see that truth. This is a short little video clip of going from light to dark on the left-hand side. Depending on the left-hand side of the screen, is the Axon Body 2 and the Axon Body 3. And as you can see, going from a light to a dark, the improved low light performance to see actually what the eye can see better as opposed to what the camera can see. And you can see the person standing there, and it's a lot harder to see on the Axon Body 2. The clear frame playback has to do with the stuttering and stopping of videotaping. Moving objects oftentimes have a blur. This is, as you can see on the left, the face is awful blurred, whereas on the right with this new system, it's much, much better. This is another short, and it'll stop to kind of show you the blurriness on the left, whereas we're going with the system on the right. This new Axon Body system, Axon Body 3, has an improved wind noise reduction as well as having 4 microphones, so you can hear things better, you can hear conversations better. If you're running, it cuts down on the wind noise. The other thing that's very cool about these Axon Body 3s is the embedded GPS and LTE connectivity. We can see every one of these cameras can be seen on a live map and on a real-time basis. So we can actually have awareness of where officers are at and what's going on. It gives us that, clears away some of that fog for us of knowing where people are at. These also have gunshot activation, so that would automatically kick on when they hear gunshots.
Are you able to access
I'm
live?
sorry.
I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
no.
Are you able to access live feed in those remote locations?
The ability is there, but we didn't go with that process because it's quite expensive.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the ability is there. If we were to go to that later on,
Yeah.
the potential is there. The thing that sold us a lot on these camera systems is the full shift battery. We work 10-hour shifts generally. We tested these out at 12 and a half to 13 hours full-time recording. So they were recording for 12 and a half to 13 hours before they were dying. That was by far and away the best of the ones that we were testing. And that kind of sealed the deal for a lot of us. As well as the rugged, as handling it, you can see kind of how rugged it is and how well made it is. We talked a little bit about the mapping with the awareness, Axon awareness. We can see the alerts, live maps. We can see where people are at, set up perimeters. If an officer is needing help, we can find out where he's at, just like that. The other cool thing that we're looking to get into is the Axon Citizen, and it's about, generally if I go out to a crime scene and I have to copy some sort of digital evidence, I have to take a disk or a thumb drive, or I have to have that person give me one to get that up into evidence. This allows for that person to send them a link, then they send that evidence through that link straight to evidence.com, which is the back-end software. And then we can start entering it at that point with the case number. So, with that being said, 30-second pre-record. It's configurable. We're setting it at 30 seconds. So if anytime you activate your camera, it's recorded that 30 seconds prior with no audio, but with video only. But you have that 30-second pre-record that's configurable for these cameras. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Any questions?
I will, but I might wait for public comment because I don't know if that's going to kick up other things. Would you rather me ask a few things now?
Well, I had several questions that I think are important questions, but that have been answered for me, to be clear.
Oh.
But I think that they might provide some clarification on the specific language and some concerns that there might be. So I might go ahead and ask those questions, and then if you want to ask yours as well. Okay. So in section 421.5, there's the member assigned to a non-uniform position, and they would wear it if they believe the device would be useful. And so I was curious, and I had a question for you all around the language of may be useful, and whether or not that would be a subjective or objective, and just how that applies to the non-uniformed officers.
So we had a couple of decision points as to how we wanted to do this and how many cameras we wanted to buy and how we would deploy them on a daily basis. We decided that it was important for every sworn officer to have a camera assigned to them. And just because someone is not wearing this patrol uniform every day, we didn't want them to necessarily not have access or not wear their camera on a regular basis. So we started to talk to the work groups, whether it be the crisis intervention team, whether it be the crisis response team, i.e. the tactical team, the mental health team, the investigator that's out on the street. All of those different work groups, I think, have the opportunity to take advantage of this camera. So for example, our investigators oftentimes go out and contact people, and when they have those contacts, it's in their best interest to come and sit down and kind of do a detailed interview that's recorded. So we oftentimes try and get people to come to one of the two stations to sit down with us so that we can talk about an event or incident and have that recorded. On patrol, we have some advantage in the sense that we have in-car cameras in our marked patrol units, but that resource is not available to our detectives. So we're kind of hoping that as our detectives are out in the field, especially in a situation where maybe we don't necessarily need to sit down for a very formal interview, but we still want to capture that on video, to be able to use the body-worn camera in that setting. So that would be a non-uniformed individual that is using that body-worn camera in kind of a non-traditional sort of setting. The same thing goes with our mental health team. Our mental health team, they go out and they deploy what we call a soft uniform. It's an embroidered badge shirt with just basic pants. And they go out and have interactions with citizens throughout their day, and in that setting, recording might be advantageous as well.
I didn't ask this beforehand, and I
Okay.
apologize. But I didn't know if you have any policies around where that has to be worn, if you're uniformed or ununiformed, and whether it can be conspicuous or hidden.
Yes, we're addressing it in a couple of different ways. In general, this camera should be displayed in a conspicuous fashion. Obviously, I've got this kind of positioned in the center of my body where most people can see that. Is it at times going to be something where people are taking jackets on and off and there's a possibility it's not as visible? There is that possibility. But what we don't want is we don't want a camera system that is more or less concealed. One of the vendors that we looked at that the chief actually voiced some concern about, they had taken the camera system and actually put it behind the shirt. So there was only just kind of a small hole in the center of the shirt, and that's where the video was being recorded. We decided that that's not really in our best interest. The idea isn't to go out there and to record people without their knowledge. We may not have a flashing light in the center of our chest, which poses a safety concern for us, but we do have something that is conspicuous, and hopefully most people out on the street will see that we are wearing a camera system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a question around making the privacy decisions and whether or not there was a practice where folks should be informed that you're turning it off for their privacy, or if you choose to turn it back on because you've decided that that privacy moment has passed.
That's a difficult thing to put into policy so that you're covering a variety of different situations. So policy, of course, is not going to cover each of those types of situations, but there's a number of types of calls that we go on. A dispatch call for a medical emergency, for example, is something that we will record. But there may be instances where people are in various states of undress, where there's other very sensitive types of interactions that are going on that maybe are not centric to true law enforcement, but that we're there dealing with a sensitive matter, and it may not be in the best governmental law enforcement interest to record that interaction. It may be more appropriate to decide to turn that camera off. Now, one of the things that we talk about as far as the expectation is that each dispatch call, the officer will have that camera system in operation, and if they decide to turn that camera system off during that call, traditionally what we're asking that they make a very short voice note, so almost as though you're talking to yourself. I'm turning the camera system off for a privacy concern, and turn it back off. Now, you can reinitiate the camera, so for example, if someone in a situation where they were undressed or something gets their clothing on and things like that, and maybe we're now kind of going, this is probably an interaction that the rest of it needs to be recorded, we can reinitiate that recording. There may be instances where we verbalize that we're turning the camera off, and others where it's a quick decision that we make. We may verbalize it to our camera system that somebody at a distance may not be able to hear.
Okay.
But those are kind of the discussions that we have thus far.
Excellent. All
Can I
right.
ask a follow-up on that? Just curious about, for example, for some reason, if you're called to the hospital or inside Burton Ash or something where you're going to pass through a bunch of other folks who aren't the part of that, can you turn it off while you're walking down the hall and then turn it on, or how does that work?
You can stop and start it. More of it is kind of looked at as the feasibility of that. So on the front end of this, we had some discussions with maybe less formal with the school district, more formal with LMH. So we had discussion about incidental recording of people that are not subject to what we're doing, and some HIPAA concerns that they had for that, and other things. So I think we've kind of come to more or less a reasonable standard with that. So if we have to go into a healthcare facility and we're going to talk to the doctor about the prognosis of this person who's been involved in an injury accident, that's not necessarily something that we're going to want recorded, nor is the doctor going to want to have that conversation recorded. However, in a situation where we go into a disturbance at the hospital, which unfortunately does happen from time to time, where someone's being violent, all those other things become less important. This is also, it's important to mention that this is considered a criminal investigation record. by the Kansas Open Records Act, so it's not something which is traditionally going to go out. It's going to be much like a written narrative that we would have in a police report, and not just subject to disclosure for anyone who has a curiosity about that.
In 421.6.2, there was language, and again, you've responded to this, and I appreciate your response, that says that you shall not record another member, which means another officer. And I posed the situation in which if an officer is engaging in criminal behavior, and perceived as engaging in that type of behavior, or if you go to a call at an officer's house, how does that apply?
Glad you posed that. That was not a lens that we had looked at as we started to discuss this policy, but the lens that we were using as we started to discuss this is whether or not we have one member of the police department in discussion with another member of the police department, and one decides to record the other without their knowledge. That's not, we would like to generally prohibit that, unless that's something that's authorized by the chief of police for, say, an internal affairs type of investigation. We wanted to prohibit that type of thing. However, in the instance that you posed where, say, an officer gets dispatched to a house, that happens to be the house of one of our officers, and let's say there's a noise complaint there, the expectation is the officer will have the camera on, because that on-duty officer has been dispatched to a call, and absent one of the things that's outlined in our policy, we're expected to record that contact.
Okay. Let me find my next one here. In 421.9, one of the exceptions to the 90-day rule for retention of those records is B, aggravated sodomy, rape, or other sexually violent crime, as defined by the Kansas statutes, will be maintained indefinitely. And so one of my questions was, given the low rate of charges and convictions, et cetera, on these types of cases, what is the standard for that? Is it the officer's perception, the victim's description of the experience that they had, or whether it was charged or whether it was prosecuted?
So in a very broad sort of way, as we get sent to these calls initially, they're classified by the dispatcher. So the dispatcher will send us out to contact an individual in regards to a potential sexual assault. That's telling me right there I'm going to investigate something that is sexual in nature. We go, we conduct that investigation, we talk to that individual, and then at the conclusion of that call, we're required to classify our video. What that does is, so it's always going to have my name in it because this camera will be assigned to me, so my name automatically pops up. What doesn't go into our system automatically is the case number, so we'll have to enter the case number. And then in broad sense, we're going to have to enter what is the general classification of what we're doing. Is it a traffic stop? Is it a citizen contact? Or we do have a classification in there for a sex-related crime. On the back end, the storage system, as we upload that video into that system, and it sees that we've broadly classified it as such, that type of investigation, it tells the system you need to retain that indefinitely. So the question that you asked about later on down the line, if this is something that, say, a prosecutor declines to prosecute on that, that has no bearing on the way that we've stored it within our system or what we believe that we need to maintain as far as a record of that event.
Excellent, thank you. And then the other thing that I asked you about, and this is the last one, is in 421.9.1, where there is let me find the exact language, regarding privacy or sense of dignity and release of those recordings. Where is that?
Last paragraph.
Thank you. Yeah, so video that unreasonably violates a person's privacy or sense of dignity should not be publicly released unless disclosure is required. And I was just curious if you could talk a little bit more about that, whether that was subjective or objective, or up to whether it applied to the officer and or the individuals in that, whether it depends on whether they're the alleged victim or the alleged perpetrator, et cetera.
Sure. So this particular subsection of the policy, kind of outlined in that first paragraph, talks about the request for release of audio-video recordings and how those recordings will be disclosed publicly. 45-254 talks a little bit about who is able to view those types of recordings. So for example, the subject of the recording. So if I'm out to investigate an individual on the street and that individual later wants to see that recording, they are the subject of the recording. They are able to come down and view the recording that we've made. If that individual is a minor and their parent wants to come down and view that recording that we made that involved their minor child, that is also permissible, as are the errant law or an attorney for an individual who is the subject of the recording. So that kind of broadly starts to state who is generally subject to be able to view those types of things. As we get down to the third paragraph there, this talks a little bit more about public release for those types of videos. And as it says, video that unreasonably violates a person's privacy or sense of dignity should not be publicly released unless disclosure is required by law or order of the court. So in other words, we're not going to make a discretionary release decision to give a particular video out to the media or to post on our website or to create a YouTube video of or anything along those lines. It does say that in some instances we may have a legal document that compels us to release something, such as a subpoena. However, when we receive a subpoena for a document, for a video, for a piece of evidence, something along those lines, we do have the opportunity to contest that for stated reasons and then have that reviewed by the court. And then the court makes the up or down decision as to whether or not that particular video will be recorded, will be disclosed and put out in a public forum, whether or not it needs to be redacted, could just be outright denied.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other
You
questions?
got a bunch of them. One you touched on sort of a little when you were talking about the hospital, which is well on school property. Sorry, this is 421.6, the G. It seems like there's probably some background information here about being on school property. When I read it, I assumed just walking down the hall, not being on a call or anything, just being there for your SRO duties, that maybe it's not a good idea to just record any old minor that walks past you. I figured that's what this was, but I wondered if you could clarify it for me.
Absolutely. You're thinking exactly as we put that type of information in there. What we want to do is we want to have these attached to our uniform, ready to turn on in the event that we have to take a law enforcement action. That's kind of the key to it, is enforcement action. So for example, the interactions that we have with students and staff and other people, whether it be in a school setting or whether it be in another setting, the idea is not to record all those. I don't think everybody wants to be recorded, myself included, as I have day-to-day conversations with people about things that are not centric to a law enforcement type call. However, if an administrator comes up and tells the SRO, hey, there's a fist fight down here and somebody's got a knife, well, we're hoping at that point in time that tells the school resource officer, you are going to take a potential law enforcement action, and the recorder should be turned on at that point. Most things in a school setting shouldn't require the body-worn camera system to be activated.
I did kind of also, I meant to start out saying this, I did go to the Lawrence High School listening session where the students kind of discussed security issues among themselves. And it was interesting that they were internally battling, feeling secure by having police officers, SROs, or other security there, but also feeling watched. So that was, thank you. Just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah.
And then there was another thing, I'm going to find it quickly here. One of them was about turning the camera off if it was a tip or an informant. And yeah, could you clarify that?
So we're hoping that the fact that we're wearing a camera is not a barrier to be able to do our job. So for example, we may have somebody that wants to talk about a very sensitive subject, maybe something that's going on with their child, maybe it's somebody that wants to talk to us, but the fact that we're wearing this camera just says, yeah, I don't think I want to go through that with you if you're going to record this whole thing. But I do have some information about a crime. In that particular setting, we're not required to record that particular interaction. Because if we say, well, no, I'm sorry, under all circumstances, I have to have this camera on if you and I are going to talk about something, that could provide a barrier. You may choose not to share that information with law enforcement, and that's not the intent of this.
Would it be useful, or is it in, emergency situations? I mean, you can't take a moment to explain, this is secure, this is only, under certain, this is for you that we're recording this, in that instance, maybe not in a medical or sexual assault situation. It just seems like, I appreciate that, but in some of these, I feel like there's a lot of hope and recommendation. And so then my next question will be, what, as you get used to it, what, will there be any kind of consequence, say, for someone who's just systematically not using it, or perhaps endangering themselves or other people by not observing the policy?
Absolutely. So there's one of the things that we liked about this system is this system has back-end management tools for us. So we can go in and do auditing. For example, if people are not classifying their videos properly so that supervision can find them, or that we can find them for discovery reasons as we prepare for trial and things like that, that's a problem for us. And we can start to see those things as to Officer A is consistently not recording or not classifying certain videos, and we have to go back and do that. We can also, of course, because every call for service should now have an associated video, we can go back and look at those calls for service, and if you answer 10 calls for service, you should have 10 recordings. They should each have those call numbers associated with them. So as we go through and start to look at this, especially as we get used to this system, I think we're going to be able to find those types of errors. The other thing is, I think the policy is pretty clear to our officers. The officers helped craft this. In other words, we had them sit and talk about their concerns as we built the policy, because we want this to be a collaborative thing that we did together. Everybody has buy-in to this. Everybody sees the value of this, and they understand that this isn't meant to be punitive. This is meant to give direction on when you should and shouldn't record. And like with any policy, the first time that somebody accidentally forgets to do something, it may be one thing, but if somebody shows a pattern of that type of behavior, of course, that's not acceptable to us.
Thanks. That actually leads me to one other, just more of a practical question than a policy question, which is, of course, it reads very simply here that you bring the information in and it gets brought in to be recorded and put in a database, but practically, what kind of time consumption does that look like for officers? You sort of made it seem like those things are already marked, so that sounds like that makes it easier. I was sort of thinking, how does somebody, identify 10 things, throughout the day?
So that's a good question. That's one of those things we have to make sure that we can't fall behind on. So in other words, as you complete a call, you need to classify it. That can be done on mobile devices. So it can be done on an iPad, it can be done on an iPod, which we're going to have a corresponding device that essentially they can have in the car. And the whole idea to that is, again, when you're done with your call, put your case number in there, put your call classification in there. Don't try to wait till the end of the night and get all this stuff entered. And really, I think as soon as people see the ease of being able to put that in there, it's not going to be time consuming, it's not going to be a big problem. And then as soon as they get all of that information classified within this device itself, when they're done at the end of the evening, all they have to do is take that device off their uniform, place it in the dock, and it uploads. Again, they'll have to do some of the work on the front end. If they by chance missed the classification on one of those 10 videos that they recorded that night, we're going to see the next day, hey, you missed. You didn't offer a classification for this. And we can go back in, or the officer will go back in and add that classification or needed information to that call. The other thing that's important is we're going to note in any written report that we prepare, especially offense reports, where we're out investigating, say, burglary, we're going to note that that investigation was also captured on our body-worn camera system. Or in a situation where maybe we don't record for some reason, one of the things that's excluded in here, the expectation is that we also note in that report if we did not record it and why. Because I'm over the records division right now, and as we go in and prepare for discovery on issues, we're going to expect now every written report to also have a body-worn camera recording accompany that. And if by chance something's missing, we're going to go back and figure out why it wasn't done. And it should be listed out in the narrative of the report as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Couple short practical questions. One, how do you if you activate it, how do you turn it on? I mean, is it obvious for people to see what you're doing?
Yes, it's in the middle button.
Yeah. So if it's on your shirt, someone's gonna see you pushing it.
Yeah, you push, it is configurable, you can either have two button clicks or 3 button clicks, but 2 buttons is generally, 2 button pushes is generally the main way to turn it on.
But if you're talking to me, I'm gonna see you doing it. It's not like you can do it from your pocket or something.
No.
But the one thing that I'll be on Front Street about is if we're dispatched to come and talk to you about something,
It's audio.
the expectation is that we have turned that on while we're on the way to that call. We don't want to wait until we actually get out of the car, walk up to your front door and knock on it because something unexpected may happen. In an unexpected situation, we're not going to be thinking about pressing this button first. So we're telling our officers, turn your camera on before you arrive at the call. That way if something unexpected happens, it's already being recorded.
But if you're in the school or walking down Mass Street and it's not on, if we'd see you doing it. Okay.
Correct.
And you did say that the 30-second, whatever you call that, pre-record has no sound.
Correct. That is correct. Those things are configurable, I believe. Yes, those things are configurable in the system. That's generally not the best practice.
That's why I was making sure.
To record the audio as well. The good thing about this, though, is if something were to happen that's sudden, you at least have video of what occurred prior to that. And then is the moment that the camera is activated, whether it be automatically by turning on the lights in the car, by hearing the gunshot, or by physically pressing the button, again, you have that look back, which is the video itself. And then from the moment of activation, you'll have video and audio together.
Last question, will any of this change what the in-car cameras do? Are they still recording sound, video?
They are, and right now, there is no change between the two. I think as we move forward, like many of our systems at the police department, we have lots of systems that kind of work side by side. They don't talk to each other. They're disparate systems. So this is just another one of those examples. And we had an opportunity to go with our current in-car vendor for our body-worn camera system. But this particular system functions better than that, which is the same vendor for our in-car system. At some point in time, we may go with all one vendor, and seamlessly we'll see the in-car and the body-worn camera all stitched together and be in one nice package. But for now, we're going to have a separate recording for what goes on with the car versus what goes on with the body-worn camera. And they function completely independently, with one exception, and that's when the lights get activated, we've got a switch that tells the system to turn on the in-car camera and the body-worn camera at the same time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm going to take you back to 421.9 on retention.
Okay.
Tonight seems to be the night for definitions.
Okay.
There are 2 definitions I can see for indefinitely. One is for a long time with no defined end, and the other one is forever. Do you have a guidance for me on what that means in this context? Is this forever, or is this for a long time, which would be more than the 7 years or whatever, but with no defined end?
I'm not sure I have a good answer to that.
I guess my concern is we're going to be paying for retention, and
yes,
forever's a long time.
Okay, now I think I understand what you're saying. So when we talk about classification of recordings and what the system is doing with those, The system says, I'm not going to overwrite this, ever. I'm not, I mean, you manually have to press a button to delete something, and it has to be somebody that's a super user and has the authority to do that.
Right.
Let's say a couple of years from now, 5 or 10 years from now, we decide to move away from Axon, and we decide to go with another solution for these videos. All these videos right now are going to be stored on the cloud with Axon. We will have the opportunity to pull down those videos, store them, I'm not sure where. We'll have to see where we're at in 10 years. But we could pull down those videos, and then we could store and retain those videos based on our needs and how they fit the Kansas Open Records Act and the retention schedule. There would be a lot of labor with that, and I wouldn't look forward to doing that, but that's possible. Does that answer your question, or start to?
It starts to.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like, you know, if you have a case, you know, 35 years from now, where everyone involved is, you know, no longer there, that would be the long period of time with no definite end, but you could get rid of the recording at that point, I think, as opposed to we have to have it, you know, 100 years from now, whatever.
I don't, I think right now it's these, especially the death investigation, homicide, crimes involving terrorism, that's all set by the state.
Okay.
And is actually wording taken from the state.
Okay.
And so when they say indefinitely, I think that's indefinite.
That's well put. I believe that's what the wording says in the statute. Again, compliance with that may be a little troubling. Maria's coming up here that can probably wordsmith that.
Well, no, I'd be happy to try to explain. So crimes in Kansas and any other state have what's called a statute of limitations, which means there's a set period of time within which a case can be prosecuted. So we have a state statute that says crimes like terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, murder, and some rape cases can be prosecuted forever. There's no statute of limitations on them. So if it happened however many years ago and the suspect isn't discovered until 50 years from now, that case can still be prosecuted. But compare that to a misdemeanor theft case, for example, that's a 5-year statute of limitations. So if it's not prosecuted within 5 years, then it's never going to be prosecuted, which is how we came up with these numbers on retention. So if the state law says that the statute of limitations is forever, then it has to be kept forever, because if a suspect is found in 50 years, then it might be prosecuted and we would want that video. But if it can't be prosecuted because it's beyond the 5 years or whatever, you
What
wouldn't need the
about
video.
after a successful prosecution?
So if there's been a conviction, there's an appeals period.
Okay.
At that point, it will be, I don't know, have you considered the appeal? I think we did talk about that.
I'm not sure that we have good answers to all of those things that extend for decades.
There is a period within,
Well, the answer that it's state law is a big help. Thank you.
sure.
There's actual physical evidence that you're obliged to maintain indefinitely, and you do that now. That
Yes.
takes up physical space, and as you know, someone has to be in charge of it. So that's not unusual in a way that's smaller.
You're correct. Whether it be the written report, whether it be the physical evidence, or whether it be media such as this, it's all following the same classification.
So you said this will be stored in the cloud. Does that mean that we will always retain ownership of the data?
Yes, we can retain ownership of the data. So while we are paying Axon for that storage service, it's of course ours to access as needed. If we were to move away from Axon for any reason, we would at that point have the opportunity to take our data back, so to speak, and store it independently.
Would we have to pay to take that back?
We don't have to pay to take it back, but we'd have to pay to find a target source to place it somewhere, yes.
Any other questions? Thank you for letting us ask
Thank
a
you.
lot of questions.
Appreciate it.
We will now open it up for public comment.
Pardon me. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kirsten Kuhn. I'm here representing the Douglas County Libertarians, as I always am. First and foremost, we submit that The policy must be that the cameras are recording at all times, that all paid officers are engaged in their duties. The Axon 3s aren't automatic. They have to be manually activated, as was acknowledged. Even presuming a lack of intentional malfeasance, it's been admitted that an escalating, unexpected, or distracting situation may result in no footage recorded. What is the point of a camera that can be disabled at will or only enabled at an officer's discretion? Further, cameras should be assigned to all active personnel, uniformed or not. This does include detectives, as they hold even more power than the average officer. Officers must also submit their preliminary reports prior to reviewing any footage. That being said, we do acknowledge privacy concerns for comfort breaks, sensitive populations, HIPAA issues, of course. But we insist that any deactivation needs to be cleared with dispatch prior to the officer disabling the camera. Sounds like those guys are kind of on board with that. But we do think that the SROs should also comply with these policies, as our goal here is actually oversight of the police. I know that their goal is oversight of citizens, but we're looking at this from another angle, and it's my concern that minors are in even less of a position to defend themselves against anything that might happen because they're intimidated. And if these cameras do have full shift battery life, we don't see any reason other than those mentioned above that there would be to not record what you're doing on moment to moment. I also have concerns about the Axon camera, specifically because Axon already has a patent for individual facial recognition and detection of individuals within crowds, even though they don't have this live, and I think they said as of June 19 was the most recent, that they're not using it. If the company decided to make that live, would that be something that this department would support? Because we certainly are opposed to that. We insist upon an open policy regarding collected and retained videos. It does sound like they're in compliance with the law, so not too much detail on there, other than, we definitely want to make sure that the Civilian Review Board also could have access to that as well as need be. I am concerned that the citizen complaint footage is only retained for 3 years. We'd suggest a 5-year consistent with internal investigations, or 7 years consistent with use of force incidents, just because these are all a kind of a similar vein. There might be some overlap. Overall, we do support the use of these cameras, but new research is indicating that they actually can drive a lack of trust between the public and law enforcement, and that they may not even have that large of effect on officer behavior. Data indicates that public safety and officer accountability are only served if the officers are continuously recorded, because you don't necessarily know then when you might be monitored. We just really encourage you to take kind of a hard stance. It doesn't seem like there's any reason why this camera couldn't be on, presuming the things I've mentioned, and we just hope that you'll look into that for us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Chris Flowers, I just have some comments I've written down. The reason I think most people in Lawrence want body cams is so the police can be held responsible if they break the rules. Letting the police control when they turn them on defeats that purpose. I can understand why cops don't want them on all the time. I don't like to narc, not even on the narcs. But sometimes on a slow night, I see cop cars sitting next to each other talking in empty parking lots. I imagine a lot of times they're just chit-chatting like employees at most jobs would do during downtime. I wouldn't want to be recorded then either. I can't imagine a body cam catching 2 officers playing fuck, marry, kill about their fellow officers would look good if a supervisor saw it. Maybe things would be better for everyone if body cams were on all the time, but only reviewed when there is a complaint of inappropriate police encounter, and not going through the footage looking for cops goofing off or slacking at their jobs. If body cam footage was only used in instances of complaints of police misconduct and not used to monitor the work performance / work ethic of the cops, then I think most of the town would want body cams on all the time, and not just when the cops deem it appropriate to turn them on. Also, it was listed that officers don't need to turn their cameras on if it interferes with their safety. If the cameras were on all the time, then that wouldn't be an issue. I wonder if we're going to get a physical altercation between a cop and a civilian, and the cop saying the altercation wasn't his fault and wasn't recorded due to his safety coming before the need to turn it on. Also, instead of cops choosing when to turn off cams due to privacy issues, how about the cop ask the person in a various stage of undress if he or she wants the cops to turn off the camera? Why let the cop determine someone else's privacy needs and not the person themselves? Why let the cops assume something that they could easily find out by asking someone? And also, why 30 seconds for the pre-record? Is there any way we could even increase it more, like a minute or two? That just seems we should try to get as much pre-record time as possible if we're not going to have cams on all the time. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back up to the commission. I do want to ask, how do you deactivate the camera? Like if you were at a call?
Press and hold.
Press and hold it? Okay. And if I recall you saying that the live feed of that would be very costly in order to activate that, so concerns around like facial recognition through live observation of those, if that were to be the case, that would probably be a budgetary decision that would come to the commission, at which point we would have that conversation. Would that, I'm assuming it would be pricey enough to rise to the level of needing commission approval?
Potentially. I think it's 25, if I'm remembering my numbers right, it's $25 per person per month for 5 years to add on to that.
All at once?
So it's quite pricey, and with the total amount, we wanted obviously to keep it to that grant level, so.
I think another important point is the streaming and the facial recognition are two different things. In other words, facial recognition software could be used with any recorded video and processed to find images. It doesn't necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily have to subscribe to the streaming service, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we have no intention of doing that. That's not something that we've discussed.
Okay.
So can we save, do we want to have a discussion about if it becomes available? If there's not a price attached to it right now, if it's something that they're still developing, is that something we're interested in talking about?
Are you saying we
Using
want to know
facial
before they,
recognition specifically.
we want to know before they start it?
Yeah, that would be.
Well, that would be a change to the policy, which
It would.
we would hope
Yeah.
we'd hear about.
Yes.
That's not part of the,
Yeah, I would agree that it would be a conversation to have should that ever become an issue.
What about the two other questions I want to follow up with based on public comment? One, about the length of time for citizen interaction, 3 years versus 5 years versus 7 years, is that?
There was a couple of things that I think were somewhat intertwined. The policy does kind of lay out some of the things that had to do with complaints. In other words, a complaint made against a member of the police department will be maintained for a period of 3 years. That's usually more than enough time for a complaint to be processed, reviewed, and in a situation, and where I mean intertwined is if we jump down a little bit further to G, recordings related to an internal affairs investigation will be maintained for a duration of the employee's tenure at the department. This recording will be maintained for a period of 5 years after the employee's separation. So that would be, and I guess some of it's a little differentiation between a complaint that is less formal in nature versus one which went through the entire internal affairs complaint process. In that case, we would take that video, we would kind of remove it from the Axon system and have a copy of it that would be in our Office of Professional Accountability that we would retain for that additional period.
So the potential could be 20, 30 years potentially that we would be holding on to some of that.
And the use of force incident would be 7 years, right?
Correct. As the policy stated now, yes, that's correct.
So when you're talking about a citizen interaction, you're talking some less, didn't escalate for some reason. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're aware that a complaint's been made, we can classify it as such, and it can remain there for 3 years. But it doesn't necessarily have to go through the full Office of Professional Accountability complaint process. In that particular case, if an officer was determined to have violated policy or what have you, it would follow the officer's employment retention schedule.
And then there was a question about why not going back 1 minute pre-record instead of 30 seconds. Did you look at the different options there?
That is customizable. 30 seconds has generally been used as standard practice or best practice through all the other agencies that we've looked at. They've all been using 30 seconds now. As we said earlier, that can be customizable to less or more time. Some of that impacts battery life, because what that camera is doing in order to do that pre-record is actually recording and then overwriting that 30 seconds prior to. If you make it out to that 1 minute, say a 1 minute mark, that's using up a lot of that battery power to record that 1 minute and then overwrite that 1 minute, if I'm understanding your question right.
Yeah.
One of the other considerations given to that is we've had that in place with our in-car camera system for years.
The 30 seconds?
Yeah, and we found that 30 seconds to be extremely valuable. In fact, when you go back and try to watch it, you're waiting for the event, and 30 seconds seems like an awful long time before you get up to the point where the camera was truly activated with both video and sound. So, especially in a dynamic situation where something happens suddenly, if you have the ability to go back 30 seconds before that dynamic situation occurred, that's, in our experience thus far, that's been more than sufficient.
Thank you.
So when you say that the battery life is for a shift, it'll last a whole shift, 10-hour shift, but that doesn't mean it'll last if it's running all the time? If it just...
It could. I mean, obviously, when you get a new battery and it's a fresh battery straight out of the box, it's going to last the complete longest that it could possibly last. What we wanted to make sure is that we lasted past that 10 hours so that if I start my shift a little bit before, then, or turn on my camera and take it out of the charger, that's going to last that 10 hours. With Axon, we were getting roughly about 12 hours of battery life for a full shift. So
For being on the entire full shift?
No, I'm sorry, no, not recording, not the entire time. We were getting that with different call volume dependent, and getting that 12 hours. So if I were to start recording, that would impact my battery life, and record the whole shift. I'd have to go back to look at our forensic testing to see how long that was that we could get out of that. But I want to say it was probably at 11 and a half to 12 hours.
So the technology isn't there to have those cameras run for the entire shift?
We could. The other issue that we have to think about here is the enormity of the data that we would be having. I read a study from the Los Angeles Police Department research division that talked about a 45-minute video recorded at 1080 roughly is about 1 gigabyte. The average number of downloads or average number of videos that an officer uploads in this case or downloads in some other cases is between 4 and 6 videos a day. That's 4 and 6 gigabytes that they're uploading every day, every shift, 365 days a year for all Monday through Monday. So that's a lot of data. And so once we start, if we were to record starting at the beginning of our shift to the end of our shift, the enormity of that data would be massive. And being able to find something in that data to be able to say, well, this is one case, this is another case, and they're all connected together because as lawyers will tell you, you don't want a video that's been cut or altered. You want the original video. Well, we'd have to do that because we'd have one case involving, say, a juvenile, and then another case involving maybe a domestic disturbance, and they have no connection. But we would have to give everybody that video for that call, or for that day, basically. And that's an enormous amount of data it would be unwieldy and impossible to do.
well, in practical matters, we wouldn't do it. We would have to go back and we would have to cut those up into the appropriate pieces. So if you spend 20 minutes on this call, that's the 20 minutes that is associated with that case. All the other information in between would be probably the type of information which would be subject to purge within 90 days.
And the manpower to do that would be incredible.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Our job is to receive the presentation, and we've certainly run you dry with questions, and you've been very gracious with sharing that. I know that this is something that has been a long time in the making, so I'm very happy to see it in front of us. Look what we've done to you. Thank you for bringing this to us, and thanks for your work on it, for sure.
Thank you.
So we will move on to commission items. Are there any future agenda items that a commissioner would like to add? Are there any future work session? Oh, you want your camera back? It's not for us. Any future work session items that a commissioner would like to add? Any other items a commissioner would like to discuss?
I have a couple. I met with Renee Cool out at the community shelter recently, and on my way out there and my way back, I did observe the bus stop and the bench that KT's been talking to us about. And it would be a good idea to improve that location further. I don't know if that's what the Velocity Grant was specifically for. I don't know what, but having a shelter there would be a really good idea. So I appreciate KT bringing that to us, and I agree with her. I also today I met with County Commissioner Patrick Kelly and Susan Farley from the County Extension and Senator Joko from Lecompton. We talked about the summer lunch program. That's a really important program for our community, and I appreciate the opportunity to visit with those folks. I'm really interested in the work that Erica Dvorsky is doing on that. If you haven't had a chance to talk to Erica yet, I hope that you'll think about doing that. She's doing some work on, Susan Farley actually applied for and got a grant for some work to be done on that program that Erica's doing. So if you get a chance to reach out to Erica, it might be good to learn. And as I say, I'm looking forward to what she brings back. So, and I appreciate the time from Patrick Kelly too. So.
Do we have an update as to when the plastic bag issue is going to come back to us?
I don't right off, Commissioner, but we can provide an update.
That'd be great. Thank you.
There was an editorial in Kansas City Star recently about the Prairie Village proposal. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
That was an interesting editorial.
So I agree, if it is possible to direct those funds, that I hope that we look at seriously prioritizing that location for that shelter space. And I'm not sure what that process looks like, but
Yeah.
I think it's worth a conversation. So thank you for bringing it up. Any other commissioner items? Okay, we will move on to the city manager's report.
I'm not going to really go through any in there. Happy to answer any questions, considering the hour.
Well, I was happy to see that the February 11th work session, we will be reviewing the camping and aggressive panhandling ordinances. So I just wanted to say that out loud, that is coming up. And we'll be doing our strategic plan retreat. So kind of living up to those expectations as to what we plan and what our community plans for us. So any other city manager's report stuff? Okay, calendar. So Casey isn't here, but 14th through 16th would be the GARE conference for the calendar. I didn't see that added. Of April, sorry.
April.
Yeah, so it's a ways away, but I just want to not
I can
forget.
tell you're excited about it. That's great.
I'm super stoked about it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah. And also, I have to plan at least 2 months ahead of my life, because that's the life I live.
Yeah.
So aside from that, is there anything else on the calendar?
I was just curious, I was looking ahead and like the NLC Congressional City Conference and the League of Municipalities Governing Body Institute, stuff like that. Any of those, am I supposed to be going to? Should I be putting on those in my calendar, or are those just information that some people are going to?
I think it's worthwhile for you to look at those events and decide whether or not you think they would be useful. And did I just cut you off? Okay. And I think that some of them might be more applicable to what we're doing, maybe not so much the DC conference, in my opinion, based on my experience attending that conference, but certainly when they have smaller meetings that might be applicable to the work that we're doing here, can break us out of our silo a little bit.
If I may, I would encourage you, to the extent that you can participate in those, it really does help flatten the learning curve, and also it's a forum for exploring better practices that are out there, and also for sharing, paying it forward in innovations that we brought forward. So I think there's value in those, but it's time and travel commitments.
So, for example, the NLC, I don't even know what that is, Congressional City Conference, looks like that's in DC. Are staff members going, or anyone going at the moment? Is this
In
just
general,
information?
on some of those, if you all go, we'll go. There's some things that we may be involved in at the staff level. Certainly at the state, I know that we've got staff members on committees and boards that are associated with those where we're independently going. But when you get to like National League of Cities, our participation, I think, has been spotty over time. But if there's an interest to getting into it, then staff would certainly benefit from it as well. But we generally haven't recently, is my understanding.
I think Leslie and I were the last two who went to the National League meeting in DC, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you about that experience if you're interested.
Okay. Well, now at least I know what I should be looking at, deciding if I'm interested.
I really do encourage the state level conferences, especially for kind of newly elected officials, or as reminders on things that are going on procedurally, but also the issues that are being addressed.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of different conferences. One's in March. It's like a 2-day. It's in St. Louis, and then there's another one in April that I'm looking at that has to do with planning, strong towns, that I'm looking at. I'm trying to decide if those are ones, so I'll be bringing that back.
Cool.
And I guess that reminds me of one other thing. Early on, sometime I got an email that said there might be a group going to Japan or something. And sometime, I didn't see this on...
So that's through Sister City.
Yeah, the Sister City. I didn't see it on the calendar, but...
I don't think that it needs to necessarily be on the, we can have a conversation about what that looks like. Lisa and I were able to go to Germany to IT in our sister city last year.
Great.
But it was mayor and vice mayor who were invited to attend those. So happy to have a conversation with you about that as well.
Excellent.
We can talk about travel.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to understand that this will be the 30th anniversary of the relationship between Lawrence and our sister city in Japan, so being represented is very important.
Yeah.
So I think it's important for us to have that conversation, and I'm glad you brought it up, Brad. Porter gave us the dates that were in October for that trip, and I think we have a new representative on the sister cities.
I haven't gotten to meet them yet.
Lawrence sister cities. So, after having said all that, I'll take a step back.
But yeah, as it happens, I don't think I mentioned this last time, Dr. Keel was actually my German advisor. And I studied Japanese for a semester, so,
Okay.
yeah, the only thing I don't have a connection with is Greek yet, so I'll work on that.
Get to work.
One thing to remember with sister city trips is that you do have to pay your own way.
Yes. Okay, anything else on the calendar? Shall we adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Larson, second by Vice Mayor Finkeldye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, passes unanimously. See you in February.
Wow, that's true.